Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Collins, Daines, Ernst, Hoeven, Johnson, Justice, Marshall, Schmidt, Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Hickenlooper, Merkley, Ossoff, Peters, Wyden. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Brooks, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Sounds like a lot of. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Moreno, aye.
You see not agreed to or not invoked.
Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Markey, Mr. Markey, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 47, and the joint resolution is passed. The Democratic leader.
I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to S2882.
A question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to S2882.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Yeah, thank you. Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 167 S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the motion to proceed to S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich,
I don't know. They said that there's something that's going on. Didn't notice.
Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy,
No, unless you're using video.
Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Coons, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Markey, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Reed, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye.
I did grow up going to Redskins games, but
Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye.
Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas.
I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Kansas.
I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks? No. Thank you. Ms. Baldwin? Mr. Banks? Mr. Barrasso? Mr. Bennett? Mrs. Blackburn? Mr. Blumenthal? Okay, good. Thank you. I got you. I got you. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Thanks. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Thank you. Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff. Oh, he did not. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Daines, Fetterman, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Ricketts, and Rounds. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, and Welch. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Boozman, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Yes, you did. Mr. Blumenthal? No.
Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Mullen, Mr. Mullen.
Okay.
Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune. Aye. Mr. Markey, Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock. No. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Heinrich. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 45. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Tennessee.
what is the pending business before the Senate?
Their clerk will report the pending business.
Calendar number 115, S2296, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense and so forth and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we know that under Joe Biden and Chris Wray's leadership, the FBI, it turns out, was truly rotten to the core. In many ways, they oversaw the worst political corruption of the justice system in our nation's history. And now we have proof. They raided Mar-a-Lago. They indicted President Trump on baseless charges and weaponized America's top law enforcement agency against conservatives, against parents, and against people of faith. On Monday, we found out that this abuse of power had reached the halls of Congress. Thanks to internal FBI documents provided by Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino to Chairman Grassley, we now know that the Biden FBI tracked the private communications of 8 U.S. senators, including me. Now, what we have in common is this. We're all Republicans, we all support President Trump, and we all had questions about the 2020 election. According to the documents that were given, the FBI tracked who we were calling on our phones, who was calling us, where we were physically located when the calls were made or received, and how long each call lasted. This is an abuse of authority. It is despicable, and we know that their abuses were far greater than and more numerous than those abuses to us. Now, earlier this year, Chairman Grassley released whistleblower disclosures showing that the Biden FBI obtained the government-issued cell phones of both President Trump and former Vice President Pence. Last month, we learned that the agency launched a political investigation into nearly 100 Republican and conservative groups, including the Republican National Committee, the Republican Attorneys General Association, and Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. We're only learning about this weaponization of government against conservatives because the Trump administration is committed to total transparency for the American people. The work that President Trump, his administration, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Director Patel, and Deputy Director Bongino are doing is so appreciated, not only by us, but by the American people. It is time for the weaponization of government to stop. It is time to make certain that these individuals who did this, that were part of the CR-15 unit that worked with Jack Smith, that were working on Arctic frost, it is time for them to be fired from their positions. And I appreciate that this work is taking place each and every day. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, my colleagues and I that are on the Judiciary Committee had the pleasure of hearing from Attorney General Bondi who has done so much to restore accountability and transparency at the U.S. Department of Justice. Instead of waging political investigations, the department, under her leadership, is focused on enforcing the rule of law. And that includes enforcing the rule of law in Memphis, Tennessee. As we speak, the Justice Department and FBI are among the 13 federal agencies that are on the ground working with local and state officials to support the Memphis Police Department and to lock up violent criminals. In just over a week of operations, President Trump's Memphis Safe Task Force has delivered tremendous results. As of Monday, authorities have made 321 arrests. This includes 82 that were on ICE warrants, 41 on gun charges, 18 for sex offenses, and 1 for homicide. This is on top of the 503 gang members that were arrested by the FBI in their work from July 15th to September 15th. So having the additional agencies there is support that has truly been needed in Memphis to sustain this work that is rooting out gangs and criminals. Last year, the city of Memphis saw the highest crime rate in the country. In some parts of the city, shootings, robberies, murders were a daily occurrence. Memphians have long demanded action to address the city's crime crisis, but the Memphis Police Department is short 500 officers, with just over 20 people in their current recruitment class. With federal law enforcement helping keep the peace, Memphis police are now empowered to track down repeat violent criminals, including gang members who have terrorized city residents for too long. At the same time as the Memphis operation, the Trump administration has surged federal resources to other crime-ridden cities to restore law and order. In Portland and Chicago, ICE agents have had to overcome obstruction efforts by Democrat elected officials. They have had to push back on Democrat elected officials to enforce the rule of law and to detain criminal illegal aliens. To preserve the hard-fought wins of the Memphis Safe Task Force and federal law enforcement across the country, we need to make certain that these violent criminals are behind bars. Yet, in too many cases, soft-on-crime prosecutors and judges have allowed violent criminals back on the streets without bail to continue their criminal activity. Last year in Memphis, an 18-year-old who was released without bond after stealing multiple vehicles went on to murder a man in an attempted robbery. Just days earlier, a man released without bail after being charged with auto theft and unlawful possession of a weapon killed a Memphis police officer in a shootout. During a Judiciary Committee hearing that I chaired last week on Blue City chaos and tragedy, State Senator Brent Taylor, who represents parts of Memphis, told me that soft-on-crime prosecutors are the weak link in the work Memphis is trying to do and the work that Memphis law enforcement is trying to do. Their DA is the weak link. After years of senseless violence, we cannot allow the hard work of the Memphis Safe Task Force to go to waste. To ensure that the rule of law is enforced, I recently introduced the Keep Violent Criminals Off Our Streets Act. This legislation is backed by the White House And it would ban the award of certain federal funds to states and localities that limit the use of cash bail. There must be consequences for these leftist officials who put criminals ahead of law-abiding citizens. There have to be consequences for these prosecutors, these DAs that continue to practice cashless bail policies. So, banning these jurisdictions from having those federal funds is a way that we can say enforce cash bail and get these violent criminals off the streets. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Hello, Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, can we suspend the quorum call?
Without objection.
Mr. President, in just a few weeks, millions of Americans will start the process of picking new health insurance plans. And I believe a number of them are going to see the cost of their health insurance double. This is, unfortunately, it's not a mistake. It is the price of Washington failing them. And it's not just a number on a bill. It's the first sign for these families that their lives are going to be much harder. We are now 8 days into a government shutdown. But make no mistake, this debate isn't about something happening here in this building. It's about the price Americans pay for their health care. Because if we don't work together to extend the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credits, millions of families will see their health insurance costs skyrocket overnight. Last year alone, 309,000 Arizonans used these tax credits. saving them an average of more than $400 per month. Many of them would need to pay hundreds of dollars more per month. Some will see their costs more than double. That's money that a lot of families simply do not have. That means cutting groceries, skipping a car payment, or saying no to the next time that their kid asks to join a school activity, like a Little League team. For a lot of folks, it will mean losing coverage altogether because they just cannot afford it. So now these families are going to be one accident or one illness away from financial ruin. This uncertainty could also mean that insurers exit the marketplace, leaving people with limited coverage options. These are not hypotheticals. Over the last week, I've spent time on the phone with Arizonans who've reached out to my office to share what these tax credits mean for them and what also happens when they go away. I want to share a few stories from these folks who are already bracing for the worst. Because if anyone here is still wondering what this debate is about, this is it. So I talked to a guy named Rusty from Tucson. He's a cancer survivor. He runs his own small business in Tucson. He also takes care of his mother, who is in memory care. He told me, this is a quote, "I've been using the marketplace for years. Last year I paid $277 a month for my plan. I've now been told my premiums could jump to between $450 and $600 a month. That will not be sustainable short-term or long-term. The premium tax credit has made it affordable for those of us who need health insurance but can't go out to the general market. I have to have health insurance," he said. "But there's really no way I can afford what is about to happen." Rusty's not asking for anything extraordinary. He's asking to keep what's already working for him, the ability to afford care while he works hard and contributes to his community. Robin, who is 60 years old, she lives in northern Arizona and is trying to save for retirement. She said, and this is another quote from Robin, "These subsidies have been crucial in making health insurance affordable. I am struggling to pay for my living expenses as it is. My work has not been enough to provide me with a full-time salary, and although I do have some other form of income, it is still not enough for me to live on should my health care subsidy disappear. I feel like many of us middle-class Americans," Mrs. Robin, quoting her, "who are caught up in a trap of helplessness because we do not qualify for other benefits, and yet we do not make enough in order to sustain a healthy quality of life, considering how everything that we need to live on has increased in price. The expiration of these subsidies could lead to significant increases in health care costs and potentially make it difficult to maintain coverage." Now, Robin doesn't qualify for Medicaid, but she does work hard. She just wants to be able to afford health insurance until she reaches Medicare eligibility. And Robin said she is not looking for a handout. She is looking for a hand up. Cricket, who is 63, is a realtor from Phoenix. She's self-employed and not yet eligible for Medicare. So for the past 8 years, she has relied on the Affordable Care Act for her health coverage, and if the tax credits go away, her coverage will become unaffordable. She told me, this is a quote again from Cricket, "Without it, I would have faced bankruptcy. If premiums rise or these subsidies go away, I could lose my home and everything I've worked for. Health care shouldn't be a privilege, it's a right. Daylene, this next story should remind all of us of what's at stake in this fight. Daylene from Casa Grande was diagnosed with congestive heart failure 20 years ago when she turned 40. Doctors told her that she might live 1 or 2 years. She said because of these credits, she has been able to afford her insurance and medication that literally keeps her heart beating. She wrote to us, "My monthly cardiac drugs cost alone would be over $2,000 without my insurance from the ACA." She continued to tell me that these credits gave her more than health care. It gave her freedom to leave an abusive marriage because before that she relied on her husband to afford her health care. That's what this is about. When people can't afford health care, they stay in situations they shouldn't stay in just to keep their coverage. A job they don't want, a city they do not want to live in, maybe farther from family, and in the worst case, an abusive relationship because they need affordable coverage. Survival, dignity, and freedom, that's what we are talking about here when we talk about affordable health insurance and care. In Arizona, Mr. President, people like Rusty and Cricket and Daylene and Robin, they do not have lobbyists. What they have is faith that when they write their senator, someone will listen. I'm not just listening, I'm fighting for them, and thousands more across my state who are in the same exact position. These are hardworking people. They are doing everything right. They're not asking for special treatment. They are small business owners who have to purchase their own plans. They are older Americans who aren't yet eligible for Medicare, and folks who live in rural Arizona and don't get health care through an employer. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of these people across the country. They're asking for all of us here in this body to work as hard for them as they do for their families. And what makes this so frustrating is how simple the solution is. We can vote today to extend these tax credits and reopen the government. But so far, Donald Trump and my Republican colleagues would rather use people's health care as leverage than sit down and work with us to protect it. Arizonans are counting on us to do what's right, not for political points, but for people's lives. That's our job, and I'm here ready to work on this with my Democrat and Republican colleagues across the aisle in this chamber and in the House of Representatives and in the White House. So let's get this done. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to talk about one of the greatest threats facing our country today, Islamic extremism. You know, 24 years ago, September 11, 2001, nearly 3,000 innocent Americans were murdered in a coordinated terrorist attack carried out by radical Islamic extremism. Those of us who lived through that day remember exactly where we were when those planes hit the buildings. That day changed this country forever. We were smacked in the face with the reality that there are people who are so hell-bent on destroying America that they will kill themselves just to try to harm us. That's reality. It sends shivers down your spine, but it's true, and it happened. In the aftermath of 9/11, we created the Department of Homeland Security. Basically, we went to war. We spent the following 2 decades unsuccessfully attempting to westernize the Middle Eastern countries most responsible for this attack. We strengthened surveillance and gave up personal freedoms in the hopes of preventing another large-scale attack. But 20 years later, we have to ask, have we made any progress at all in rooting the evil of radical Islam out of this country? Have we done it? Let's be honest. Radical Islamic terrorism didn't go away after 2001. In 2009, 13 people were killed in a mass shooting at Fort Hood by an Army psychiatrist who was radicalized by Islamic teachings. In 2013, 3 were killed and hundreds injured when 2 brothers detonated bombs at the finish line of the Boston Marathon. They were inspired by their radical Islamic beliefs. Then in 2015, an ISIS-inspired couple killed 14 people and injured 22 at a party in Southern California. In 2016, Omar Muteen killed 49 people and injured 53 more at a nightclub in Orlando, Florida. Muteen pledged allegiance to ISIS during this attack. It continued in 2019 when a Saudi military trainee opened fire at the Pensacola Naval Air Station, killing 3 Americans, including 1 young man from my home state of Alabama. Earlier this year in Louisiana, a deranged person drove a truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing 14 people. To no one's surprise, he said he was inspired by the Islamic State. These attacks, they weren't just against people, they were an all-out assault on Western culture, freedom, and the values that we hold dear to our heart. But it doesn't stop there. Thanks to Joe Biden, thousands of people on the suspected terror watch list were allowed to enter this country over the past 4 years. Islamic extremism and Sharia law openly call for the destruction of America and Western culture. Let's be clear. Let's be clear about this. The thousands of terrorists we have allowed to enter our country have brought their anti-American rhetoric and ideology with them. We're seeing this in cities like Minneapolis, Dearborn, Portland, Chicago, and even New York City. You know, the leading candidate for mayor in New York City is a far-left socialist who sympathizes with extremist groups like Hamas. But this insanity, sadly, isn't limited to New York. We have elected members of Congress who openly support the radical Islamic terrorist organization Hamas. Just yesterday, we paused to remember the more than 1,200 innocent people, including 40 Americans who were slaughtered by Hamas terrorists in Israel on October the 7th, 2023. Hamas literally means Islamic Resistance Movement. It's been 2 years, and 2 U.S. Congresswomen, Omar and Tlaib, they still refuse to condemn these heinous crimes in Israel. These 2 members were elected to represent American citizens, and they are sympathizing with Islamic terrorists instead. It's almost hard to believe, but it's true, and they don't hide it. You know, we're allowing people with extremist ideologies, people who hate America values, to not only live here, but to hold positions of power and influence our government. It's un-American, and it's an insult to the millions of Americans who have sacrificed their lives for this country and its freedom. You know, if you think this poisonous ideology won't affect your way of life, just look at Europe. The United Kingdom, once a proud nation that helped save the world from Nazi tyranny, has essentially lost its identity. It's gone. Mass migration has destroyed their society. There is no freedom of speech. Crime is through the roof, and openly anti-Semitic, pro-Hamas riots have become a regular occurrence. And this is in Europe. This is in the UK. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer recently appointed a person with extreme pro-Palestinian views as Home Secretary. In the UK, the Home Secretary is in charge of protecting national security, ensuring law and order, and overseeing immigration. What a surprise. So the person who is in charge of immigration and national security for the UK is openly a pro-terrorist. If we aren't careful, the United States will look like Europe in 10 years or less. It's coming. We can't bury our heads in the sand about this any longer. The Quran openly calls for violence against non-Muslims, openly. Radical Islamists take these instructions literally and to use them to justify terror. It's not politically correct to say this, but it's the damn truth. Something you won't hear from the deranged leftists who run cover for Islamic extremism is about the inhumane and disgusting ways that they treat women. In Muslim countries that follow Sharia law, it is considered normal for women to be raped, trafficked, and forced to marry as young as age of 6. Pedophilia is rampant, and women are lucky if they are allowed to drive. I'm old enough to remember when Democrats championed the Me Too movement, which was self-described as a global, survival-led movement to end sexual violence. But these same Democrats who championed the Me Too movement have been radio silent when it comes to the way women are regularly treated in countries that practice radical Islam. I have yet to hear my Democrat colleagues who are siding with Hamas talk about the brutal ways Hamas has abused the women they have held hostage since October the 7th. Nor have I heard Democrats who claim to be feminists talk about the fact that some Muslims, countries that practice Sharia law, require women to be completely covered from head to toe. These women, they're not allowed to get an education, work a job, or in some cases even leave home. They are barred from gyms, parks, and beauty salons. They are forbidden from traveling without a male relative and are forced to wear certain clothing that covers everything but its eyes. But meanwhile, the men in these countries are allowed to abuse women, have sex with children, or have multiple wives, no problem. Everyone, but especially feminist groups, should be outraged about this horrible abuse of women. But that doesn't fit the left's narrative. So you won't hear a peep from liberal so-called feminists about the disgusting treatment of women in radical Islamic countries. You also won't hear from Democrats about how radical Islamic terrorists are currently carrying out a mass genocide of Christians in Nigeria. Think about this. More than 62,000 Christians have been slaughtered since 2000 by radical Islamic terrorists in Nigeria. You heard that right, 62,000. And just this year alone, more than 7,000 Nigerian Christians have been murdered because of their faith alone. You can't turn on the TV without hearing about Israel's so-called mass genocide of Palestinians every day. And yet when it comes to 62,000 Christians being slaughtered by radical Muslims, it's radio silence. This extreme ideology is straight from the pit of hell, and it has no place in American society. We are blessed that freedom of worship is a constitutional guaranteed right in this country. That's what our forefathers fought for. If you want to come here legally, practice a peaceful version of Islam, and blend into our society by adopting the treasured American values of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, you are welcome to do so. But if you believe that Sharia law supersedes American law, you should be deported immediately. If we don't take a stand now, our way of life, our Christian values, our freedoms, and our national identity will disappear. There is only room for one law in this country, and that's the Constitution of the United States of America. Sharia law is an anti-American and has no place in a free society. Texas is already taking action to ban Sharia law, and I commend them. Other states should follow. We must protect American values, not apologize for them. I truly believe we are at a crossroads in this country. For too long, people have tiptoed around this issue, afraid to hurt somebody's feelings or make people uncomfortable. But the time for being politically correct is over. The truth is that radical Islamic extremists want every single freedom-loving American dead. Bottom line. They have proven over and over again that they are willing to do whatever it takes to kill just one American citizen, whatever it takes. And it just isn't happening overseas. It has been allowed to fester and is alive and well in our very own country, just waiting for the right opportunity to attack. It's coming. Just yesterday, thousands of extremists gathered in New York to champion radical Islam. It's scary. So the question is, will we continue down this path and end up like Europe? Or will we honor the sacrifices made by the millions of Americans who have given their lives for our freedoms by standing up against people like the radical Islam? Now's the time to act, because if we don't, we will lose this country as we know it. It will be gone. This isn't about a Republican or Democrat issue. It's an American issue. I hope my Democrat colleagues will join me in sending a loud, clear message that we will not tolerate Sharia law in this country. Not now, not ever. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I'm down on the Senate floor here to try to pass two really important pieces of legislation for a great part of Alaska. And this is the Alaska Native community in my state. These are incredible, patriotic, Americans, by the way, Alaska Natives serve at higher rates in the military than any other ethnic group in the country. They are great Americans. They add so much to our state. They are the first peoples of Alaska. And so in my state, it's almost about 20% of the population, Mr. President. So it's a population I care deeply about. We work closely with them on so many different issues across so many different areas. And so I like to legislate in the areas that matter to them. And we're going to do that, lately, and I'm going to try and stay positive here. I've given speeches on the Senate floor about this before. Some of my Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle have taken it out on the Alaska Native people in legislation, really kind of bad stuff. Now, I'm not going to be negative, but there has been this trend of a anti-Alaska Native bias on the other side of the aisle. It's been very disappointing, to be honest, Mr. President. It's been puzzling. But I'm hoping today these two bills that we're going to move forward that go to the heart of Alaska Native culture in one and Alaska Native patriotism in the other are going to be UC'd. I know my Republican colleagues have already passed on these. So the first piece of legislation, Mr. President, I want to bring up is what we call the Alaska's Right to Ivory Sales and Tradition. The acronym on that is the Artists Act. Now, let me give you a little bit of background on this. For thousands of years, Alaska Natives have responsibly harvested whales, walrus, other marine mammals from our northern seas. These animals are eaten, shared, honored, and no part of the animal goes to waste. They still do this tradition in my state. They have the right to do it under law. The bones, the ivory, the baleen, even all of those pieces are used for beautiful art. If you've had a chance to visit my office, you've seen the beautiful art that adorns the walls of my Senate office, carvings made from whale baleen, walrus tusks, crafted by Alaska Native artists. Mr. President, this is some of those beautiful art in America. It is deeply ingrained in Alaska's culture, the ability to make this art. It also provides important economic opportunity for our artists in many of these remote villages, artists who rely on the ability to sell these works to Alaskans and the hundreds of thousands of people who come to my great state to visit, who want to take home a piece of Alaska Native heritage. So it's a win-win-win for everybody, but it's an economic driver of a lot of small villages in my state. And by the way, Mr. President, carving, harvesting walrus ivory is completely legal under federal law. Federal regulations, federal law, there's no question about that. However, there's been some, I guess, well-intentioned laws from some states that in an attempt to ban African elephant ivory, which we all want to do that's not allowed in America, by the way, states have gone too far and cast this huge net and have said, you can't buy any ivory products anywhere, including Alaska Native products from Alaska walrus harvested. This really has hurt my state. People coming up from states that have banned all ivory say, oh, I can't take that home. I can't buy it. Sorry. So, Mr. President, this is a simple bill. If a visitor wants to come buy some ivory earrings in Alaska by one of our great Alaska Native artists, and they bring them home to a state that has a ban on ivory, which is not sensible. Again, walrus ivory, not Alaskan or not African elephant ivory. We want to be able to say at the federal level, we should be able to do this. So that's what my Artists Act does. It prohibits states from banning the importation, sale, or possession of Alaska Native handicrafts made with walrus ivory. Environmental groups support it. By the way, the Biden administration supported this. It's straightforward, bipartisan legislation that recently, Mr. President, passed unanimously the Commerce Committee. So, this is about as bipartisan as it gets. And Mr. President, what I want to do is to cut through the confusion that now exists with certain states and a lot of tourists in my great state to affirm the right of the Alaska Native people to continue these centuries-old practices of sustainable, respectful ivory carving entirely within federal law, and to be able to make sure that's clarified across the country. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 178, that's Senate 254. Further, that the committee reported substitute amendment be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The senator from California.
So, Mr. President, to ask that the senator modify his request and the Senate proceed to the consideration of the following bills en bloc. Calendar item 178, Senate 254, and calendar item 169, Senate 318, that the committee reported substitute amendments be considered and agreed to en bloc. The bills as amended be considered, read a third time, and passed en bloc, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table all en bloc.
Does the senator so modify his request?
Yes, I agree to the modification.
The clerk will report the bills en bloc.
Calendar number 178, S254, to amend the Marine Mammal Protection Act of 1972 to protect the cultural practices and livelihoods of producers of Alaska Native handicrafts and marine mammal ivory products, and for other purposes. Calendar number 169, S318, to require a plan to improve the cybersecurity and telecommunications of the U.S. academic research fleet, and for other purposes.
Under the previous order, the committee reported substitutes are considered and agreed to. The bills as amended are considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider are considered made and laid on the table all en bloc.
Mr. President, I want to just let people know back home that means that bill, the artist bill that we've been trying to get moved for a long time, just passed the United States Senate. So I want to thank my colleague from California, my friend from California, who has worked with me. By the way, on one of the other bills that just passed, I was a co-sponsor with Senator Padilla on that. So there's good Senate cooperation on these issues. Now, Mr. President, so that's an important issue for Alaska Native heritage, culture, artists, and now it's passed the Senate. So again, I want to thank Senator Padilla. Now, I hope we can move to a next bill that, to be honest, should even be easier, because the bill I'm going to try and pass right now passed the United States Senate in December, unanimously, already passed. So this should be a no-brainer. I hope my Senate colleague from California is on the floor here, ready to give this bill his full endorsement and not object to it. Mr. President, let me just talk about this bill briefly. Again, it already passed. It passed the House in July, so if we pass it right now, it's going to go to the President of the United States' desk for a signing. And this is a really big deal for my constituents. Here's what it is, Mr. President. I talked about what I call the special patriotism of Alaska Natives. They serve at higher rates in the military than any other ethnic group in the country. They had a situation when so many, and I mean thousands and thousands of Alaska Natives were serving in Vietnam, when a whole host of Americans didn't want to serve in Vietnam. Alaska Natives answered the call. So we have tens of thousands of Vietnam vets. And when they came home, like a lot of Vietnam vets, they were not treated well. That was horrible. Our country should apologize for the horrible treatment our Vietnam vets got. Let's face it, as Alaska Natives, a lot of people still discriminated against Alaska Natives back then. They weren't treated well in that regard either. And finally, Mr. President, a law had changed when they were overseas. Alaska Native people used to have a right, starting in 1906, for a native allotment. That's 160 acres of land that if they could prove this is where their family raised them and hunted and fished, they could get that allotment, 160 acres. Well, when they were overseas fighting in Vietnam, that law changed. So here they are, serving their country when a lot of American males are avoiding service, and they get home and they're told, by the way, your allotment that you're supposed to be able to get, that you've wanted your whole life, that law changed and you can't do it anymore. Huge injustice. So, Mr. President, during the first Trump administration, I introduced legislation called the Alaska Native Vietnam Veterans Land Allotment Act, and it said, hey, if you were overseas or serving in the military and you came home and the ability to get your allotment extinguished, you shouldn't be penalized for fighting for your country. You get the extended time to get your allotment. So that bill passed. I was in the Oval Office when President Trump signed it. It was a great day for Alaska Native Vietnam veterans, very patriotic. It was a 5-year program, Mr. President. Unfortunately, we had Secretary Haaland implement it. Secretary Haaland did not implement it. Secretary Haaland, when she went through her confirmation hearing, committed to me twice, Senator, I will make this a priority of mine to implement this bill. You know what she did, Mr. President? She didn't do anything. Shamefully, because radical left-wing environmental groups told her, we don't want anyone else getting land in Alaska, she did 40 allotments out of well over almost 3,000 available. She dragged her feet. She delayed it for 2 years. So the 5-year program is almost run out of time because Secretary of the Interior, Haaland, was more interested in appeasing radical left-wing environmental groups than she was getting Alaska Natives their allotment, which is what the law demanded. So this bill is very simple. Because of that delay, it changes 2 words in the already passed law. It says 5 years to 10 years. It's just a 5-year extension to a bill that everybody agrees with. These patriotic Alaska Native Vietnam vets deserve their allotments. And they shouldn't have to suffer because of Secretary Haaland's delay tactics. So, Mr. President, this bill has already passed the House. This bill passed the Senate unanimously in December. And I'm really hoping that my Democratic colleagues, respecting the indigenous Native people of my state and their valiant Vietnam service, will join with me in just passing it like we did in December. And then it'll go right to the President's desk, and we'll have 5 more years to implement this really important piece of legislation. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 410, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a 3rd time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm actually very glad and encouraged that we were able to find a bipartisan approach to the Commerce Committee bills that we just passed just a few minutes ago. Not just because I know it's important to my colleague from Alaska and to his constituents, but so that Native Alaskans know that this side of the aisle also supports them as well. But as it pertains to these bills, I think we need to find a similar bipartisan approach on the energy and natural resource bills that Senator from Alaska is suggesting that we approve by unanimous consent. I'm actually more than happy and eager to sit down with my colleague and the chair and ranking member of the committee to put together a larger package of bills to ensure that both Republican and Democratic priorities reach the President's desk and get signed into law. I think historically we've been successful at avoiding a piecemeal approach, instances where only one party's priorities or one chamber's priorities reach the President's desk and get signed into law. And so I look forward to continuing to work in that spirit, to continue the conversation with my colleague from Alaska to arrive at a balanced bipartisan package of bills and work together to advance them. Therefore, I must object at this time.
The objection is heard. Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I appreciate my colleague from California's cooperation on the first bill, the Artis Act. Little disappointed here on this one because it's a little bit of a delay tactic, but he certainly has my commitment to work with him if they need to try to pair this. But I will say this. The 5 years of this bill expires at the end of this year, and we cannot, regardless if there's pairing or not pairing, we cannot let this bill expire. These great American patriots serve their country and deserve their allotment that they were unable to get during Vietnam. And then when we passed the bill, Secretary of Interior Holland purposely dragged her feet to make sure no Alaska Native, or very few, got their allotment. That was a disgrace. And so, Mr. President, my colleague from California, you have my commitment to work with you, but we got to get this done by the end of the year, before the end of the year, and get it on the President's desk. These great patriotic Americans deserve nothing less, and we can't delay much longer. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from North Dakota.
I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to complete their remarks prior to the scheduled roll call vote: Senator Grassley, Senator Kramer, and Senator Hoeven.
Without objection.
I give my remarks, leadership.
The senator from Iowa.
Ask unanimous. I'm sorry. Unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the mascot nomination.
Without objection.
Today, we're going to move to our first vote on Professor Jennifer Mascot nomination to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. I want to take a few minutes to express my support for her nomination and urge my colleagues to vote accordingly. Bipartisanship in this body has become unfortunately rare. Our government shut down because of partisan obstruction, and even the few instances of bipartisanship in our committee have been condemned by leftist dark money groups such as Demand Justice. The situation is bad for our country and really bad for the American people. Putting high-quality judicial nominees on the bench to serve the American people should be something that unites this body. In fact, in the Biden administration, that happened. Over 80% of the judicial nominees in that administration received bipartisan support on the floor. By contrast, this Congress, only 20% of the Trump nominees have had bipartisan support. I encourage my colleagues to ignore the pressure from inflammatory progressive groups like Demand Justice and to recognize Professor Mascot's tremendous qualifications. Professor Mascot is a law professor at Catholic University. She's so beloved by her students. She has had a very distinguished career as a public servant and has impeccable professional qualifications. Just as an example, as a law student at the George Washington University, she earned a record-breaking 4.22 GPA. Her professors even wrote to the Judiciary Committee prior to her hearing to explain that these professors often thought that her exam answers were better than their own answer keys. It's no surprise then that she went on to clerk for 2 Supreme Court justices. Since her time as a clerk, she's grown into an impressive and nationally influential scholar. Justices of the Supreme Court have cited her scholarship 8 times and even mentioned her by name in oral arguments. She's also well known and well respected by our own Senate Judiciary Committee. The committee has called on Professor Mascott repeatedly to testify about some of the toughest constitutional and statutory questions. She's also filed amicus briefs on behalf of members of the committee in very important cases. We trusted her judgment then, and we can surely trust that judgment now. I'm confident that Professor Mascott will make an outstanding judge, and I know that she'll serve the people of Delaware and the Third Circuit with distinction. President Trump made an excellent selection in Professor Mascott, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting to support her nomination so she can serve on the Third Circuit. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I just want to supplement the distinguished chairman's remarks with one observation for the benefit of all of my colleagues, and that is that not long ago, when circuit court nominees were brought forward, they had cleared the Senate blue slip process because each circuit court seat was associated with a state, except for D.C., but normally a D.C. circuit court seat was associated with a state, and the senators from that state had the ability to recommend a nominee to the president. The Republicans on the Judiciary Committee undid that, what we call blue slip rule, for circuit courts. So senators lost that power. When we were in the majority, when President Biden was there were strident objections when we applied the same standard to circuit court nominees that the Republicans had applied when they broke the blue slip. With this nomination, we are taking it the next step further. Now, not only are the senators from the home state not consulted, but in this case, the candidate has almost no relationship with Delaware, the state with which this seat is associated. She has a summer house there. She's never had a driver's license. She's never had a fishing license. She's never had been a taxpayer, an income taxpayer. She's never been registered to vote. She's never been a member of the bar. She only recently joined the Third Circuit bar. She's been airdropped into this seat. So just be aware that in the future, when the shoe is on the other foot, and people here would like to make sure that their home state is honored and recognized as being the state with which a circuit court seat is associated, that may very well not happen any longer. And we'll look back to this minute as the minute that destroyed that tradition. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Mr. President, in a little while, we're going to vote to proceed to Senate Joint Resolution 62 that I introduced with Senator Hoeven to repeal the Biden administration's Bureau of Land Management Resource Management Plan for North Dakota. Of course, House Joint Resolution 105, which mirrors our bill introduced by Congresswoman Fedorchak, has already passed the House of Representatives, and final passage is scheduled for later this evening. The Bureau of Land Management, or BLM as we call it, is the landlord of over 745 million acres of land and subsurface deposits nationwide. BLM's management of these public resources is governed by what's known as the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, otherwise known as FLPMA, which requires, I stress, requires the Bureau to develop resource management plans, or RMPs, to guide management decisions. And when created, Congress was clear. These RMPs must abide by the multiple use mandate. Now, Mr. President, multiple use is a term that's thrown around a lot in the public lands discussions. It was championed by President Theodore Roosevelt, who drew from his experience in his two ranches in North Dakota, the Maltese Cross and the Elkhorn Ranch, and throughout the West. And by the way, North Dakota is where his presidential library is being built and will be open next July 4th. Unpaid announcement. Multiple use means, Mr. President, that land is sustainably used by the state and local population rather than preserved like a national park or a wildlife refuge. Multiple use lands are used by miners, cattle grazers, oil and gas developers, and recreationalists alike. They are not meant to be locked up. Mr. President, multiple use is a mandate, as I said earlier. It is not a suggestion, and that is what brings us here today. In the final days of the Biden administration, they approved the North Dakota Resource Management Plan, which governs the management of 58,500 surface acres and, Mr. President, 4.1 million acres of mineral estate across our state for the next 15 to 20 years. Despite vocal objection from the state, the people who actually use the land, the final plan prohibits coal leasing on over 4 million acres by inexcusably prohibiting all future development outside of a 4-mile radius from current development. Over 90% of North Dakota's affordable, reliable coal out of touch. It's gone. It also blocks 213,000 acres, or 44%, of federally owned oil and gas acreage from future development. This restriction alone deprives the state, and we're a small state, deprives the state of $34 million annually. And get this, the state's Common Schools Trust Fund, a minimum of $50 million. And if that wasn't enough, Mr. President, non-federal minerals are also held hostage to the federal government's management plan. As I mentioned earlier, these RMPs govern subsurface acreage. Whether it's coal, oil, or gas, federally owned subsurface minerals are intermingled with state and private mineral owners. In plain speak, the Biden Resource Management Plan is a de facto taking from the state and private mineral owners. Throughout the rulemaking process, this point was made very clear, but BLM ignored them. And it's unacceptable and needs to be undone. And I'll add, Mr. President, it needs to be undone by Congress so it's clear to the bureaucracy that this sort of resource management plan is out of bounds. By passing this resolution, we reassert congressional intent and remind the bureaucracy our boundaries are not optional. Mr. President, this rule will need to be replaced once we repeal it. And thank goodness Congress had the oversight in the Congressional Review Act to say no replacement rule could be substantially similar to the one it's replacing. But by no means does it preclude the proper replacement of a rule. I have the utmost confidence in Secretary Burgum and Deputy Secretary McGregor to get this done right, but this cannot sit on the back burner. Nearly 6 years ago, during the first Trump administration, I wrote a letter on behalf of a single constituent advocating for this RMP to be updated so he could develop some of his privately held minerals. They started the work, but unfortunately, the Biden administration finished the work. And while Congress is acting to repeal their disastrous plan today, the administration must swiftly replace this RMP, ensuring North Dakota gets the best long-term plan possible to responsibly utilize our natural resources. And I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back.
Senator from North Dakota.
I rise in support of the resolution that Senator Kramer and I introduced to overturn the Bureau of Land Management Resource Management Plan for North Dakota. This flawed plan, finalized during the closing hours of the Biden administration, undermines BLM's multiple-use mandate and restricts access to vast taxpayer-owned energy reserves in North Dakota. It's yet another example of the Biden administration's overreaching Green New Deal agenda intended to block access to domestic energy production. North Dakota is an energy powerhouse and the third largest oil-producing state in the nation. Our energy producers operate under the highest environmental standards in the world. But the Biden administration's North Dakota Resource Management Plan ignores that record of responsible energy development. Instead, the North Dakota Resource Management Plan seeks to curtail coal, oil, and gas production by locking away taxpayer-owned energy reserves and jeopardizing our nation's energy security. Under this plan, nearly 213,000 acres, or 45% of federal oil
and gas acreage is closed off to new leasing. It also closes off access to over 4 million acres, nearly 99% of federal coal, impacting development at all of North Dakota's major lignite coal mines. These restrictions will drive up supply costs for our baseload coal-fired power plants, costs that will be ultimately passed on to electric customers across the region. And we supply a large region of the Midwest with electric power. And this comes at a time when energy demand is rising, as manufacturing is brought back home and new industries like artificial intelligence and data centers are coming online. Our need for affordable, reliable energy is only growing. It makes no sense for the federal government to restrict access to the very resources needed to power our economy. In North Dakota, BLM manages 58,000 acres of surface land and about 4.1 million acres of subsurface minerals. Federal minerals are scattered and often intermingled with state and privately owned minerals due to North Dakota's unique split estate. So, when the federal government imposes blanket restrictions, as included under the Biden-era Resource Management Plan, it blocks development of state and privately owned minerals as well. The state of North Dakota estimates that this plan would cost $34 million every year in lost revenue from oil and gas alone, including revenue for school trust lands that is meant for North Dakota classrooms. I'm pleased to join Senator Kramer and Congresswoman Julie Fedorchak in introducing this CRA resolution, and I urge my colleagues to support it and help overturn this overreaching and restrictive plan. By passing this resolution, we can continue working with President Trump and Interior Secretary Burgum to take the handcuffs off and unleash North Dakota's full energy potential. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Jennifer Lee Mascott of Delaware to be United States Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Jennifer Lee Mascott of Delaware to be the United States Circuit Court Judge for the Third Circuit shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Boozman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Height-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Hoven, Husted, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, Ricketts, and Sullivan. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Coons, Cortez Masto, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, King, Markey, Merkley, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Cassidy, Aye. I do not. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Thanks. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Warnock? No. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mrs. Capito? Aye. Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Young? Aye. Mrs. Murray? No. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Baldwin? No. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Alsterbrooks, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Jennifer Lee Mascott of Delaware to be United States Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit.
Mr. President,
The senator from Arkansas,
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
without objection.
I move to proceed to H.J. Res. 105.
The clerk will report the motion.
Motion to proceed to H.J. Res. 105, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, and so forth.
The questions on the motion? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Betterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Rickett, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tuberville, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Duckworth, Fetterman, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kelly, Kim, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Welch, Wyden. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Shipp, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. King, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune. Aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse. No.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the joint resolution.
HJ Res 105, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here to talk about a bill that is a matter of fundamental fairness to our veterans, most especially to our combat injured veterans, a group that should evoke the sympathies and support of our nation as no other. I'm here to talk about the Major Richard Starr Act. Many of my colleagues know about it because 76 members of this body are co-sponsors. That's a large number, but so far it has not been sufficient to gain even a vote. And so I'm asking today that that support be turned into action. This bipartisan legislation will correct one of the deepest injustices impacting disabled veterans. It's labeled by stakeholders as the Wounded Veterans Tax. Let me repeat, the Wounded Veterans Tax, as it stands now, prevents more than 50,000 combat-injured veterans who were forced to retire to be barred from a full military pension they earned or were promised. Let me explain. They are getting a dollar-for-dollar reduction of their military retirement pay from their VA disability benefits. The reduction dollar for dollar in their retirement pay is the result of their receiving those disability benefits for their combat injuries. And they are entitled to each of these separate and distinct and different forms of earned compensation. They've earned both. They are different, separate, and distinct. But right now, under current law, they're deprived of the full benefits of their pension because they were injured in combat. Just to describe this injustice should make our stomachs turn with outrage. The Major Richard Starr Act is really a common sense bill. We use that word common sense all the time in this chamber, but in this instance, it seems particularly appropriate. It would right this longstanding injustice and finally provide these military retirees their full VA disability and Defense Department retirement benefits. This cause is not only common sense, it's rightfully bipartisan. It has received overwhelming support, those 76 co-sponsors in this body, but also 304 co-sponsors in the House of Representatives. And it is the collectively top priority of the military and veterans services organization communities of the United States. And yet, year after year, this bill has stalled, and detractors have worked to deny a simple vote. Now, in public, critics have avoided taking a public position on the bill, and they have given lip service to veterans and advocates requesting their support. What their real reasons are, I can't say. But the fact of the matter is that these veterans have been denied this simple justice. And let me speak to those critics. We can't balance the federal budget on the backs of combat-injured retirees. Doing so reneges our obligation. It's a sacred obligation to take care of veterans after their time in uniform. The bill doesn't create some great new, overly generous benefit, but it would be enormously impactful and beneficial for each of those retirees who would be affected. The average is about $1,200 a month. Some more, maybe some a little bit less. $1,200 a month, you can do the math. It's not a fortune, but it would make a difference in the lives of these combat-injured veterans. It simply ensures that the benefits we've promised and the benefits they've earned are the benefits that are now delivered. It's that simple. Not clawed back, as happens now, from the heroes who have sustained those combat-related injuries. The veterans and heroes involved in these bills are similar to the namesake of the bill, Major Richard Starr, a decorated war veteran and engineering officer in the Army. He suffered from lung cancer caused by burn pit exposure. We all know about Iraq and Afghanistan burn pit exposure. We passed the PAC Act to provide care and benefits for victims of those burn pits and exposure to other toxic chemicals. They led to his retirement and his death in 2021. He was 51 years old. Until his death, he was a dedicated advocate for his fellow veterans and combat-related disabilities. His wife, Tonya Starr, walked these halls by his side. She died in 2024. She called my staff days before her passing in tears because another Congress had ended 2024 without a vote on the Richard Starr Act. Tonya knew the tremendous difference this legislation would make in the lives of caregivers and widows like her. It would make a difference also in the lives of veterans like Pat Murray of North Kingston, Rhode Island. Pat is a Marine Corps veteran and a staunch veterans advocate. He recently welcomed a baby boy, and he was forced to move back to Rhode Island and be closer to his family because the injuries he sustained from an IED blast in Iraq made it difficult to care for the newborn. We need to be very clear. This act won't return his amputated leg, but it can provide him and his family with desperately needed financial certainty, which they deserve, they need, they were promised. And will also help veterans like retired Master Sergeant Gabriel Peterson of Biloxi, Mississippi. He was medically discharged as a result of reactive airway disease. He's on 5 different drugs. They help with his breathing. It's a struggle for him to live. And this act would ensure that he can provide for his family, even if he's no longer able to be employed. The stories are powerful, and they are persuasive. They depict the scope and impact of this act, if it were passed, in life-saving and life-enhancing benefits, and what it will mean to the tens of thousands of veterans across this great nation. In fact, these veterans and their families, think of their families, deserve a lot better. They deserve elected officials who will stand up and deliver for them the benefits they were promised, the benefits they earned, and they need them and deserve them today. I'm asking my colleagues to advance this legislation now. The principle of taking care of our veterans has never been Democrat or Republican. The Veterans Affairs Committee is supremely bipartisan. My hope is that that tradition will continue, including today. So let's put politics aside, let's put partisan differences aside, finally do the right thing, and advance this important legislation for our nation's veterans. And so, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Armed Services be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-1032, the Major Richard Starr Act, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President,
the senator from Mississippi.
The right to object. Let me say that I have deep respect for my colleague and friend, the senior senator from Connecticut. He's a veteran. I'm a veteran. I have no doubt in my mind that Senator Blumenthal has a heart for the veterans and for disabled veterans, and I appreciate that. He's moved with concern for those who have served and who have been injured. However, my colleague is asking for an entitlement that does amount to a double benefit and that we cannot afford. We're talking between $9 billion and $10 billion on the Department of Defense Authorization Act. And we're talking about adding a bill, a piece of legislation that really belongs in another jurisdiction, as my friend acknowledged. We cannot possibly add another $10 billion, $9 or $10 billion, to this of entitlement money to this DOD Authorization Act and hope to pass it. And that's a reason that in Democrat majorities and Republican majorities, House Democrat majorities and Senate Democrat majorities, and in Democratic administrations, this legislation has never been accepted because we simply cannot afford it. Historically, Congress has provided permanent new benefits only after we have identified an offset, savings of a similar amount. There's no such offset identified in this unanimous consent request. And when we do not identify offsets, then that $10 billion, almost $10 billion, has to come out of readiness, out of the strength of our military to defend ourselves in the most dangerous time we've had since World War II. So I have the deepest respect for my friend from Connecticut, and I admire his intentions. But until Congress, until authors of this proposal identify a way to offset the expense or to make it less expensive, we should not move forward with this legislation. Therefore, I do object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President,
The senator from Connecticut.
I want to respond just very briefly to my colleague from Mississippi and my friend, the chairman of the Armed Services Committee. We work together, as he does always, in a bipartisan way on armed services issues. So what I'm about to say is not personal to him. In fact, I'm willing to bet that it isn't his decision to object here. But I want to refute 2 points. Number one, on double dipping, let's be clear that these are 2 separate programs, and the right to payment under each of them is separately deserved. Not everyone who is entitled to retirement pay gets disability benefits. You have to be in that club that nobody wants to join, of being combat injured. And it is a separate form of right that in no way involves double dipping, as we commonly refer to it. The retirement pay is for years of service in the military. VA disability compensation is for the loss of future earnings due to service-connected injuries or illnesses. And I just want to make clear this point is about really equity and fairness. Congress eliminated this offset for nearly 1 million veterans who have served 20 years and have a 50% VA disability rating or higher. It's already dealt with one segment of this group. This unjust assessment ultimately ought to be eliminated for all the 430,000 veterans who have their military retirement pay clawed back because they are receiving VA disability benefits. But we're starting here, or taking the next step, with 50,000 of those 430,000 who, in fairness, should receive both the retirement pay and disability benefits. And we're doing it because these 50,000 have combat-related injuries. And as to the total cost, again, not personal to my colleague from Mississippi, but the CBO told us that the Republican-supported tax cuts exploded the deficit by about $3.4 trillion. Let me repeat that, $3.4 trillion in large part tax cuts to people who didn't need them. These veterans need these benefits. This cost is a minuscule fraction of those trillions. This country can afford to do right by these combat-injured veterans. The DoD Office of the Actuary has indicated it could implement the Richard Starr Act in a, quote, actuarially sound manner. It's not too costly. It's financially sound. I regret that the Richard Starr Act will not be passed today, but I have another measure that I would like to bring to the floor, and it's with regret that we are not providing unanimous consent to the bill itself. And I understand the points made by my colleague, but I would like to present a middle ground. Since we don't have unanimous consent to the Major Richard Starr Act today, let's agree to a vote. Let's have a time agreement that would authorize the Senate to take a single up and down vote on passage of this bill before the end of the year. This time agreement doesn't guarantee passage. It simply guarantees a vote. One vote. That's all I'm asking. Give us a vote on passage of the Major Richard Starr bill, and it would be passage by a 60-vote margin, filibuster-proof. If we get 60 votes, the bill passes. If not, it goes down. Let's do it before the end of the year. I happen to think that we ought to spend whatever time is necessary on this bill. But I understand that leadership is concerned about time, and so my proposal strips away all the time-consuming procedural stuff. I have another word for it, but it allows us to go forward expeditiously, one vote scheduled entirely at Majority Leader Thune's discretion before the end of the year. It could start and finish in half an hour or 45 minutes. Surely the Republican leadership can spare that short time scheduled at their discretion to give these combat-injured veterans a single vote on this bill before the end of the year. And so, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Democratic leader, but no later than December 31, 2025, the Committee on Armed Services be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-1032. Further, that there be up to 2 hours of debate on the bill, equally divided between the two leaders or their designees, and that upon the use or yielding back of that time, the bill can be considered read a third time and the Senate vote on passage of the bill with 60 affirmative votes required for passage, and all without further intervening action or debate, and no amendments or motion in order to the bill prior to the vote on passage.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, every time my Democratic friends want to advocate for another expensive program, they mention the tax cuts. Let me just stray from the issue at hand to say, as I've always said, when Republicans cut taxes on job creators, on small business people, on 95% of the people who filed a tax return back in 2017, jobs were created, and until the pandemic was visited upon the whole world, jobs were created and revenue rose for the United States of America. I have to say that. Let me also say this. There have been times very recently when the Democratic Party controlled the presidency, the House of Representatives, and the United States Senate. And even in those situations, those recent situations, this legislation costing in excess of $9 billion in mandatory spending was not brought forward. Now, why would our friends across the aisle and the President of the United States, who was a Democrat, not advocate for that and make sure it comes to a vote? Is that we've got to make choices when it comes to national defense. Where would we take the money, the $9 billion? Are we going to take it out of salary increases for our junior enlisted people, which is in this bill? Are we going to take it out of munitions? Are we going to take it out of modernization of our nuclear strategic system, which is behind and which needs it so desperately? We can't just print up another $9 or $10 billion for this purpose, particularly where there is the question that has not been answered about double compensation here. And so I would just say it's easy to point fingers at this side of the aisle on this occasion and on this unanimous consent request, but there's a reason that there has been a bipartisan reluctance to spend this extra money, which we'd love to have if we had it, if we could just wave a magic wand and create the money out of thin air, but we cannot do it. The responsible thing regardless of who's been in charge of this chamber, Mr. President, has been to do the best we can for our veterans with one or the other of these compensation programs. And so for that reason, I do object.
Mr. President.
The objection is heard. The senator from Connecticut.
I respect the points that are being made by my friend from Mississippi. In fact, we share support for every one of those armed services measures that he has described, whether it is bolstering our nuclear force, providing for more drone protection, increasing well-deserved compensation for our military men and women, and it is the reason why he has led and I have supported the current National Defense Authorization Act that hopefully will be approved by this body within days. Where we differ is, I think, that I believe that the $9 or $10 billion that would go to assure fundamental fairness to our military is there, or a great nation should assure it is there. When we're talking about the trillions that we will spend on many other things, some of them very worthwhile, but in my view, none more worthwhile than doing right by these veterans. It isn't double dipping. It isn't overly generous. It isn't going to break the bank, so to speak. To the federal government as a whole, with its trillions of dollars, it is a minuscule fraction. To those veterans, it's not only a matter of quality of life and sometimes survival, it's fundamental fairness. They were promised. They've earned it. They deserve it. They need it. They ought to have it. And this measure simply would assure a vote. A vote. We ought to face our responsibilities. Maybe my colleagues, even though 76 of them have co-sponsored, that's 3/4 of this body, maybe it would still fail for whatever reason. But I'd like to take my chances. And I assure my colleague from Mississippi, who I think supports the basic goal from what he has said, that I will continue fighting and working for this measure to pass. I know there is deep and broad support in this body for it. And I look forward to a time when he and I will be on the floor together, both of us supporting this measure in a vote. I'm not giving up. And I am very hopeful that this cause will continue to be bipartisan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I rise today in support of the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Extension Act, bipartisan legislation led by my colleagues Senator Peters and Senator Rounds. For nearly a decade, this law has been one of our most effective tools to protect Americans from cyber attacks. It allows the Department of Homeland Security and Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, to share real-time threat information with the private sector, state and local governments, and critical infrastructure. When a hospital water system is hit with ransomware, or when a foreign adversary targets one of our agencies, this law lets CISA warn others before they become the next victims. It's how we connect dots, stop attacks from spreading, and protect Americans in real life. Just last year, we saw what happens when a single cyber attack can ripple through an entire sector. The ransomware on challenged healthcare shut down hospital billing systems across the country, delaying prescriptions, paychecks, and patient care for weeks. Imagine we didn't have the ability to share this threat and the indicators quickly enough to change that. But unfortunately, the law expired on September 30th. Right now, CISA is operating without its core legal framework for threat sharing, and every day that passes without authorization means slower alerts, weaker defenses, and more Americans put in harm's way. We can't afford for our cyber defenses to be further degraded. This bill is simple, bipartisan, and a 10-year extension of proven law that protects every American, and we should reauthorize it today. Notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S13377, S1377, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, and the bill be considered read a third time and pass, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President,
The senator from Kentucky.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, the authority already is expired. Every day we delay, our cyber defenders have less information to work with, and Americans are less safe. This isn't a partisan issue. It's about whether the United States can see and stop cyber threats before they're hit. The experts all agree this program is needed. The only people who benefit from inaction are the hackers who try to exploit our systems. I urge my colleagues to drop the politics and restore this critical law before any more American business or hospital pays the price for our delay.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
somewhere off the coast of Venezuela, a speedboat with 11 people on board is blown to smithereens. Vice President Vance announces that killing cartel members that poison our fellow citizens is the highest and best use of our military. When challenged that killing citizens without due process is a war crime, the Vice President's response is that he doesn't give a shit. Sometimes, in fits of anger, loud voices will say they don't care about the niceties such as due process. They just want to kill bad guys. For a brief moment, all of us share that anger and may even embrace revenge or retribution. But over 20,000 people are murdered each year in the U.S., and somehow we find a way to a dispassionate dispensation of justice that includes legal representation and a trial. Why? Because sometimes the accused is actually not guilty. Even with the best of care, even with the best of justice, sometimes we find out it's the wrong person. As passions subside, a civilized people should ask questions. To be clear, the people bombed to smithereens were guilty, right? If anyone gave a you-know-what about justice, perhaps those in charge of deciding whom to kill might let us know their names, present proof of their guilt, show evidence of their crimes. The administration has maintained that the people that they blew to smithereens were members of a gang, members of Tren de Aragua, and therefore narco-terrorists. Why? Because we say so. But certainly then, if they know that they belong to a particular gang, then someone must surely know their names before they were blown to smithereens. Is it too much to ask to know the names of those we kill before we kill them? To know what evidence exists of their guilt? At the very least, the government should explain how the gang came to be labeled as terrorists. How did the people who you say are in a gang, how did they come to be labeled as a terrorist? U.S. law defines a terrorist as someone who uses premeditated, politically motivated violence against non-combatants. Show us evidence of that. Show us evidence of their guilt. Show us evidence that they are terrorists, perhaps before we blow people to smithereens. Since the U.S. policy is now to blow people to smithereens if they are suspected of being in a terrorist gang, then maybe someone should take the time to explain the evidence of their terrorism. Critics of this whole terrorist labeling charade, such as Matthew Petty at Reason, explain that in practice, what we are doing in practice means that a terrorist is whoever the executive branch decides to label one. You are a terrorist because you are labeled one. You can be killed because you are called a terrorist. But where in all of this is some sort of evidence that you are guilty of something? While no law dictates such, once people are labeled as terrorists, they appear to be no longer eligible for any sort of due process. No, The blow them to smithereens crowd at this point will loudly voice their opinion that people in international waters don't deserve due process. Vice President Vance asserts there are people who are bringing literal terrorists who are bringing deadly drugs into our country, which of course raises the question, who labeled them as terrorists and what is the evidence of these specific people who had names before they were blown to smithereens? What is the evidence against them individually? What are their names? What specifically shows their membership and guilt? Were they armed at the time they were blown to smithereens? The blow them to smithereens crowd also conveniently ignores the fact that death is generally not the penalty for drug smuggling. The mindless trolls that occupy much of the internet whine that such questions sow weakness or commiseration with drug pushers who are killing our children. A ludicrous assertion to most sentient humans, but one I fear that requires a response. International law and norms have always granted due process to individuals on the high seas not actively involved in combat. U.S. maritime law explains in detail the level of force and the escalation of force allowed in the interdiction of drugs. You realize we interdict hundreds of ships off the shore of Miami, off the Pacific coast, and we don't always blow them to smithereens. Why? Because some of them don't actually have drugs on them. Hundreds of ships are stopped. Daily, yearly, the blow them to smithereens crowd might stop to ponder that a good percentage of these ships that we actually search turn out not to be drug smugglers. Coast Guard statistics show that 1 in 4 interdictions finds no drugs. So far the administration has admitted to blowing up 4 boats suspected of drug smuggling. So there's a 1 in 4 chance, statistically speaking, that one of these boats may not have had any drugs on it. We will never know because they were blown to smithereens. We may never know the names of the people because they were blown to smithereens. We may never know whether they had arms because they were blown to smithereens. It seems someone should ask, if the U.S. policy is to blow up all suspected ships, should that policy really be extolled as the highest and best use of our military? What an insult to our military. Jake Rome puts the dilemma of whom to designate as a terrorist into sharp relief. Jake Rome writes, "The hollowness and malleability of the term terrorism means that it can be applied to groups regardless of their actual conduct and regardless of their actual ideology. It admits only a circular definition, that a terrorist is someone who carries out terrorist acts. And a terrorist act is violence carried out by a terrorist. Conversely, if someone is killed, it is because they are a terrorist. Because to be a terrorist means to be killable. It's a circular definition in which no one ever bothers to say, why are they a terrorist? What is their name? What are they guilty of? What have you accused them of? We just say you are a terrorist, therefore you are killable. It devolves to madness. Can you imagine a doctrine in which we just blow up ships off of Miami and say, whoops, if they didn't have any drugs on board? 25% of the ships that we board currently don't have any drugs on. It's a mistake. And we allow it because it's a search, and typically it's a voluntary search, but we allow searches, but we don't kill every suspected boat off of Miami suspected of having drugs because 25% of them don't have any drugs. There is a shortage of independent legal scholars who argue that these strikes are legal. Even John Yoo, a former Deputy Assistant General under George Bush, who infamously authored the Bush administration's legal justification for waterboarding, has criticized the administration's justification for the strikes, saying, there has to be a line between crime and war. We can't just consider anything that harms the country to be a matter for the military, because that could potentially include every crime. John Duffy, a retired Navy captain, eloquently summarizes our current moment. a republic that allows its leaders to kill without law, to wage war without strategy, to deploy troops without limit, is a republic in deep peril. Congress will not stop it. The courts will not stop it. That leaves those sworn to a man, those sworn not to a man, but to the Constitution to stop this. Congress must not allow the executive branch to become judge, jury, and executioner. Often people will say, but what about the Barbary pirates? What about the Barbary pirates? Jefferson went after them. It should be okay. But Jefferson understood that the framers' intention was that the president defer offensive war to Congress, to authorization. So while there was always a justification, and still is a justification for violent defensive maneuvers to protect your shipping, there was never an authorization for offensive unless approved. This is why President Jefferson, when faced with the belligerence of the Barbary pirates in 1801, recognized that he was authorized by the Constitution only with the authorization of Congress to go beyond the line of defense. Jefferson wanted the authority to act offensively against the pirates, but he respected the intentional checks placed on the executive within the Constitution. Only after Congress had passed the Act for the Protection of Commerce and Seamen of the United States against the Tripolitan cruisers in February 1802 did he change it from defensive maneuvers to protect the ships to offensive maneuvers. Our history is prescient. If the Trump administration wants to use military power, they should seek authorization from Congress. There is a difference between war and peace. There is a difference in the rules of engagement. There has to be. Our police don't shoot people on sight. We have a process. Even off of the coast, we have a process. We have long-standing maritime law that we obey as well as every other civilized nation in the world obeys. We board ships after announcing who we are and that we are going to board the ship. There is an escalation if there are weapons fired, if there is a reason where the Coast Guard can escalate. But we don't just blow ships to smithereens. The vote before us today offers every member of this body an opportunity to reverse the decades-long abdication of this critical responsibility of leaving this to the executive branch. Our founding fathers said, Congress shall authorize war. The executive is not authorized to do this. I encourage my colleagues to support this resolution. Thank you.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I first ask unanimous consent for Shane Reeder, who's a legislative fellow in my office, to be granted floor privileges for the duration of his fellowship.
Without objection.
And now, Mr. President, I ask the chair to execute the order of September 17, 2025, with respect to Senate Joint Resolution 71.
Under the previous order, Senate Joint Resolution 71 is discharged, and the Senate will proceed to consideration of the joint resolution, which the clerk will report.
Senate Joint Resolution 71, terminating the national emergency declared with respect to energy.
There will now be up to 6 hours for debate only, with the time equally divided between the leaders or their designees.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator from
President. I rise to begin a discussion that we will have over the course of the next couple of hours about this Senate joint resolution, a privileged motion pending before the Senate that I filed together with Senator Heinrich to terminate a presidential declaration of an energy emergency that he issued on his first day in office. The President took a number of actions on his first day in office, and obviously the one that got the most attention was the fact of his inauguration and the celebrations about that. There were other actions that were taken, the pardon of January 6th criminal convicts, and other pardons of individuals, including one notorious drug trafficker. But there was also an action that was taken that did not get attention immediately, but I started to pay attention to a few days after the inauguration, and that was President Trump's use of a statute known as IEPA, an international emergency statute, to declare an energy emergency in the United States. The IEPA statute is broadly worded. It allows a president to declare an emergency when there is a significant and unusual challenge to the United States that stems primarily from a source outside the United States shore. The president has used IEPA to declare an energy emergency. He's used IEPA to impose tariffs on virtually every nation in the globe, and he's also used the statute in other ways. I was puzzled by the president's determination that America in January of 2025 was in an energy emergency, because I went back and checked and found that the United States at the beginning of the Trump administration was producing more energy than at any time in the history of the United States. Where's the emergency? We were producing more oil, gas, and coal than at any time in the history of the United States. Where's the emergency? And even more exciting to me, because of its tremendous acceleration, we were producing more alternative energy, low-carbon energy, geothermal, wind, solar, than at any time in the history of the United States. And we've seen this in Virginia. To give you an example, when I came into the Senate, Virginia was deep in the bottom half in this country in solar deployment. Now we're in the top 10. Offshore wind was nowhere in the United States. Now we're nearing completion of an offshore wind farm off the shores of Virginia Beach, Virginia, and we will be the leaders in the nation and begin producing components that can help us lead in the world when it comes to offshore wind. So where is the emergency? I looked through the president's declaration and could see nothing suggesting the U.S. was in an energy emergency. But you declare an emergency for a reason. And the emergency was declared not because there was an emergency, but because there was something the president wanted to do. And as you read down in the emergency declaration, you found what the president wanted to do was allow a bypass of environmental regulations for energy projects. That's what he wanted to do. And he declared a sham emergency in order to do that. I found it further interesting as I read, well, what is the definition of energy projects that are getting a bypass around environmental regulations? It was not all energy projects. It was oil and gas and coal. But not wind, not solar, not hydropower, not geothermal. Sometimes I hear folks say they're for an all-of-the-above energy policy. President Trump is embracing an all of the below energy policy. If it's not a fossil fuel under the earth, it will not be prioritized by this administration. And so that was the president's action on day one. There's an energy emergency, and we need an easy pass lane for fossil fuel projects, but we're going to make it hard for alternative energy projects. And so I dusted off the statute, IEPA, and found that a single senator, even in the minority party, can challenge a presidential declaration of emergency and be guaranteed a privileged vote on the Senate floor within a set period of time, a prompt vote on a simple majority that cannot be filibustered. And that is what we are doing today. In fact, you can challenge a presidential emergency every 6 months. I challenged the president's energy emergency with Senator Heinrich in March, and it was a partisan vote. Democrats said there's no such a thing as an emergency, it's a sham. Republicans said we're sticking with President Trump. And Senator Heinrich and I issued a warning on the floor in March. We said you are going to see higher energy costs because of what President Trump is doing, and you are going to see jobs lost because of what President Trump is doing. Energy costs will go up because the cancellation of clean energy projects will constrict the supply of energy at a time when the demand is increasing, and the natural economic reaction when you constrict supply in a time of increasing demand is that people are going to pay more for household energy. We were not convincing then. Maybe people didn't believe that our prediction would come to pass, but 6 months later, we're renewing the challenge, and we're here to say that what we said on the floor last spring has happened, and we are seeing dramatic increases in the price of energy for American consumers and businesses, and the slashing of American jobs so that Donald Trump can give an easy pass to the fossil fuel industry. It took a while for these effects to come to pass, but by the time we got to the debate over the reconciliation bill here in this body in late June and early July, it was pretty clear that the only energy emergency is our president. President Trump is the energy emergency. We are debating the spending law, the reconciliation bill, and I'm just going to go through some of the headlines. NPR, power prices are expected to soar under the new tax cut and spending law. Why would they soar? Because that tax cut and spending law reduced all kinds of production and investment tax credits for clean energy projects, making those projects unable to work. Demand's going up, you constrict supply, prices are going to soar. That was the prediction in July. Other articles from the same time. Trump mega bill gives the oil industry everything it wants and ends key support to solar and wind. Most of the power that's been added to the grid in the United States in the last couple of years has been solar and wind. It's cheap, it's native, it's clean, it's sustainable, it works. It's bringing people's costs down, but Donald Trump's mega bill gives the oil industry what it wants by dropping support for solar and wind. That's from CNBC in July. The story about how this was to benefit big oil was revealed earlier in February, shortly after the emergency order went into effect in The Guardian, how Trump is targeting wind and solar energy and delighting big oil. This was all laid out. There's no emergency other than the president himself. This is nothing but a giveaway to the oil and gas interests. Shortly after the passage of the reconciliation bill, EPA plans to end a program that makes solar power available to low-income Americans. Why don't we punish low-income Americans and make their energy costs go up? Why don't we do that? I mean, it's shameful for that thought to cross your mind, much less for you to do it, but that is what the reconciliation bill and the Trump energy emergency put into motion. punishing low-income Americans by making it more difficult for them to access what is now one of the cheapest forms of energy. And oh yeah, there was a prediction. We predicted it on the floor in March that electricity prices were going to go up, and then others, when the bill passed, predicted it, but by July 24th, it wasn't just a prediction. Newsweek, electricity prices are soaring under Donald Trump. Inflation is too high because of tariffs and other chaotic economic moves on food, on building supplies, on health care, on pharmaceuticals, but the energy inflation is higher now than the general inflation rate because of Donald Trump's policies. Here's a chart that is one that got some selfish attention for me, how much Trump's big, beautiful bill could raise electricity costs over the next 10 years by state. Monthly bills in Virginia, $250 a month. Other states listed $480 in Texas, $350 in Iowa. We see the prices already going up. It is happening just as predicted. In mid-August, The Guardian says Trump's tariffs and green energy rollbacks push household electricity bills up by 10%, much faster than the core inflation rate, which is going up. So now energy inflation is outstripping the rest of inflation, and it's particularly hard for low-income households. And then finally, just last month, CNN Business, Trump vowed to halve electricity prices, but they're rising twice as fast as inflation. Electricity prices, that monthly bill that households pay together with their mortgage or their rent, together with food, together with health care, all of these are going up. We have a president who promised when he ran for office to deal with the cost of living, the cost to live. And what we see is a short attention span focusing on sending troops into American cities and political prosecutions and firing of career prosecutors in Virginia and all kinds of distractions. And the thing he promised the American public he would do, bring down costs, he's not doing. The only energy emergency in the United States today is Donald Trump. And that's why I am pressing the Senate to vote. Do you want to listen to your constituents? Do you want to decrease energy costs? Do you want to give constituents the ability to have energy that's less costly and that's also cleaner, or do you want to just do what Donald Trump says and embrace a sham energy emergency to give an easy pass lane to oil and gas to bypass environmental regulations? Mr. President, this timing today is bad and good. It's propitious or disastrous. Last night, the administration announced that they were canceling billions and billions of dollars of clean energy projects all over this country, in every state, in Virginia, in Missouri, all over the state, all over the nation. Billions of projects that hire people, thousands of jobs lost. And the projects that are being canceled are going to continue this trend of, in a time of great demand growth, data centers, and all kinds of uses for AI that through searches require more energy than what we were doing a couple of years ago. While that demand is growing, and in Virginia we see it all the time, especially with the profusion of data centers, as the demand is growing, if we are cutting off energy projects and constricting supply, we're only going to accelerate the increases. President Trump has canceled 20 energy projects in Virginia since he became president. An offshore wind staging project in Portsmouth, offshore wind logistics project in Norfolk, a project dealing with electric vehicles in Southwest Virginia, electric vehicle infrastructure apprenticeship program, workforce training program in Northern Virginia. 20 projects. Here's one. In Appalachian, Virginia, a project that would be implemented by the Virginia Department of Energy, which is part of Virginia state government. We currently have a Republican governor. The allocation of grant funds to the Youngkin administration's Virginia Department of Energy so they can do carbon capture and storage. This is a way to take current coal technologies and make them cleaner and more useful. Canceled. Enhancing energy resilience, canceled. Hydrogen deployment, canceled. Reducing data center load impacts, canceled. Methane reduction, canceled. Other projects to do carbon capture and storage, canceled. The president has canceled 20 projects just in Virginia, totaling $540 million and costing us thousands of jobs, including jobs in some very important parts of the state that have struggled with unemployment, like Appalachia. Many of these projects, Mr. President, were announced by our governor, Republican governor. Announced these projects with pride. Economic development, manufacturing in some hard-hit parts of Virginia because of tax credits that are available to American innovators. So we can not only do the right thing by the Virginia economy, but lead the world in the development of innovative and clean energy technology, canceled by Donald Trump. And so the prediction, and I make predictions that turn out not to be true, I do have to acknowledge that. I've often made predictions that have turned out not to be true. But on the floor of this body 6 months ago, I said, if this energy emergency is not terminated, we will see energy prices spike and we will see American jobs lost. And I get it that sometimes people might not want to vote on a bill based on a prediction. I could be wrong. It's happening. And it's not just happening in Virginia, it's happening in every state in this country. Energy inflation up, jobs being lost. We can end it here. That is why the privileged motion is available to even a single senator. The privileged motions, and there are many different kinds of privileged motions. In fact, we'll be arguing about another one later tonight dealing with presidential war powers. All privileged motions kind of fit into the same zip code of enabling a senator to challenge potential overreach by the executive. They're very much kind of in the framework of the checks and balances. Executives have power, but the legislature should have power as well, and the legislature should have the ability to challenge overreach by an executive. In this instance, the declaration of an energy emergency when we're producing more energy than we ever have in our history as a way to give oil and gas an easy pass lane to avoid environmental regulation is making our environment worse, our costs higher, and our economy weaker. And so when we finish this debate on the floor tonight, I will ask my colleagues to support the resolution to terminate this fake emergency and restore to American consumers the ability to afford their energy costs. With that, I thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Matthew Sheffield, a fellow in my office, be granted floor privileges for the remainder of this Congress.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're down here telling the Trump administration that their energy emergency that they've called is the emergency for our country. Trump, Secretary Chris Wright, this whole administration are using emergency authorities to make up a crisis that is resulting in our electric bills going sky high all across our country. And our clean energy jobs are going up in smoke. This energy emergency is just fossil fuel gaslighting of the American people. Since Trump took office, electricity prices have gone up more than 10%, twice as fast as general inflation, which also remains historically high, thanks to the Trump administration running our economy into the ground, their tariffs, their health care policies leading to higher prices, the price of food, the price of clothing, the price of electricity because of the Trump policies. So why is this happening? Well, for starters, Trump and the Republicans are failing Econ 101 on the demand side. Big tech is demanding big amounts of electricity for its data centers. Data centers are projected to demand up to 130,000 megawatts of electricity load by 2030, as much electricity as is used by 100 million American homes. You hear that again? This is all going to happen in the blink of an eye. They're going to be consuming as much electricity as 100,000 homes in our country. And on the supply side, well, Trump is cutting off our cheapest and our quickest to deploy sources of energy that could meet this demand. Trump's sham energy emergency pushes fossil fuels as the solution. But those fossil fuels are polluting. They're pricey. And they're getting pushed abroad to the highest bidder as exports. These fossil fuel exports actually increase energy costs here for Americans. This is what Senator Kaine has been talking about, trying to raise the profile of these issues. Last week, the Trump administration announced that they are killing nearly $8 billion in grants for grid development and energy innovation, targeting states that did not vote for Donald Trump in 2024. And this week, rumors have been swirling about the impending cancellation of tens of billions of additional energy grant dollars that would be out there trying to create more electricity, more energy here in the United States. And these lawless terminations hamstring American competitiveness, drive up energy costs, and hurt domestic manufacturing. But this is nothing new for this chaos administration, which has already prevented hundreds of thousands of clean energy megawatts from getting onto the grid. That's more than $42 billion in private sector clean energy projects, 80,000 clean energy jobs already wiped out by Donald Trump in the first 9 months of his administration. Wright, Vogt, Burgum, Trump. It's a fossil fuel cabal. It's not a cabinet, it's a cartel, which is now running the United States of America right out of the Oval Office, killing all of the new energy sources that we need from wind and solar, from batteries, all electric vehicles, this incredible transformation that was taking place in our country that they are now just trying to completely and totally kill. Republicans' big ugly bill, which eliminated programs working to lower household costs and get clean energy built, is expected to cause wholesale electricity prices to rise by 74% over the next 10 years. That's just their one bill. while keeping 350,000 megawatts of wind and solar off the grid over the next 10 years. So just think about that. There's massive amounts of wind and solar all lined up, ready to get onto the wires that go up and down the streets of our country, the grid. And what the Republicans are doing is saying, we're killing it all. And of course, if you don't have all that extra electricity, and AI consumes all of the remaining electricity, guess who's going to pick up the tab? It's going to be residential homeowners. It's going to be small businesses who have to pay much higher rates for the remaining electricity. There'll be a bidding war for the remaining electricity in our country. And each individual family cannot compete against these big AI companies. So the big ugly bill is going to mean a lot of big ugly bills arriving in mailboxes for pretty much every American over the next 10 years for their dramatically skyrocketed electricity bills. And their crazed push to produce more fossil fuels, whether by cutting pollution regulations, selling off our public lands, keeping retiring coal plants online, will cost Americans billions more. We will see blackouts. We will see bigger bills because Trump and the Republicans want bigger profits for their fossil fuel buddies, buddies who contributed to Trump's campaign and have gotten paid out big time in return, with more than $4 billion in brand new handouts from the government this year alone. Let's call Trump's energy agenda what it really is: oil above all, not all of the above. Trump's energy agenda is killing American energy, especially the most affordable and the most ready-to-go energy out there, because here are the facts. Last year, in the United States, 94% of all new electrical generation capacity was wind and solar and batteries. Let me say that again. Everyone can hear it. Last year, 94% of all new electricity came from wind and solar and batteries. You wouldn't know that if you listened to the White House. You wouldn't know that if you listened to the Department of Energy or the EPA, because they're just lying about it. They're just flat out lying about the role that wind and solar can play in our system, because they're over here just doing the bidding of the natural gas and the coal industry. That's who they are. They're looking at the future in a rear view mirror. While young people are looking to the future, young people who want to have this renewable energy revolution unleashed for their century, for the 21st century. Solar panels today cost 1% of what they cost just 30 years ago. 1%. That's how much it's dropped. Crazy. They say it's not working in the White House. What's happening to them? It's working too well. The oil, gas, and coal industry, they're afraid of the future competition that comes from the technologies of this younger generation in our country. They can smell it coming, that their future is in a rearview mirror. That is what this whole debate is all about. There is a way of now producing solar energy, even solar plus storage. It's cheaper than running any coal-burning plant in the United States of America. But you wouldn't know that from listening to Donald Trump when he says, I love coal. I love clean coal. Well, young people love clean solar, clean wind, and it's cheaper. And it doesn't lead to asthmas. It doesn't lead to lung cancer. It doesn't lead to genetic damage that can hurt future generations of those families who are nearby those coal-burning plants. Trump and Republicans have taken aim at renewables because they're just plain scared. Even with all the subsidies that big oil and big gas get from our government, renewables are winning on the market. So Trump is doing his fossil fuel donors' dirty work and keeping American-made competition off of the grid. These are Trump energy taxes on the American people. So let's shine a spotlight on this fossil fuel gaslighting. Trump's declaration is the energy emergency. Trump's declaration is the energy emergency. He's stopping the future from arriving. He's stopping this generation from deriving the benefits of a revolution that can be led by the United States and then spread around the world, a solar revolution, a wind revolution, a renewables revolution. We should be the leaders. So let's end his sham declaration so we can get lower bills, not raise barriers to affordable American-made clean energy. And I urge my colleagues to enthusiastically support Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's resolution. This is a critical debate. This goes to, the prices for electricity for all American families, all American small businesses, but it also goes to the future of our planet. Are we going to reduce greenhouse gases we're sending up? Are we going to recognize that we have a generational responsibility to be the leader? Because the planet is running a fever, and there are no emergency rooms for planets. We have to engage in preventative care. That's what the wind and solar and battery storage technologies all represent. They represent that future, a healthier future, a safer future for all generations of all children in all countries of the world. The United States should be the leader and not the laggard. I thank you, Senator Kaine, and I thank Senator Heinrich for bringing this resolution out to the floor, and I yield back, Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, shortly the Senate will vote on an important resolution put forward by our colleague and friend Senator Kaine on the topic of U.S. energy production. As my colleagues know, Senator Schumer and I led the development of the clean energy tax credits, which set in motion the possibility of hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in clean energy, and particularly a policy that would keep prices down and keep good jobs up. And it had policies and ideas in it like technological neutrality that created an opportunity for good science to reign and create incentives for development. Donald Trump came into office huffing and puffing because he didn't like that. He didn't like that kind of energy dominance based on consumer choice and marketplace forces. He said our economic problems would go away. One thing, drill, baby, drill. Here's the reality. Like so much of his agenda, it doesn't add up. And everything he does is rooted in a sweetheart deal for his wealthy contributors. Back in February, he signed the executive order declaring an energy emergency. That's the subject of today's floor action. The emergency declaration has nothing to do with energy dominance, but it has got everything to do with giveaways for big oil. Donald Trump is looking out for the same oil and gas companies that he solicited for big checks for years and years. His offer to them was, give me your money, get me elected, I'll let your companies run the show. I'll give you this, Donald Trump kept his promise to big oil. He's gutted American energy production, ceded ground to China on the clean energy arms race, and rigged the system. There's no technological neutrality, Senator Kaine. It's all about fossil fuels to the exclusion of everything else. After declaring this energy emergency, Donald Trump and Republicans took a wrecking ball to American energy production by gutting the tax credits for wind and solar energy in their budget bill. I was struck as we were making the decisions when natural gas leaders came and essentially told the Energy Committee, which at one point I chaired, they said, look, we're for natural gas, but with AI and all the energy needs for growth, we need solar and wind. These are the gas people. They're not repudiating gas. They said, we need more energy. My guiding principle has been crafting that legislation that took really a decade to put together after cap and trade went down, it was all about the need to create good-paying jobs and secure a clean energy future, and that those two are not mutually exclusive. You can have both. They go hand in hand. The tax credits help to kick off a manufacturing boom in America. As I mentioned, hundreds of billions of dollars, not through government, but through the private sector. Hundreds of thousands of jobs. New factories went up around the country, battery technology, clean vehicles, energy-efficient products for business and homeowners. It was already bringing down energy costs for consumers. In terms of the global arms race for clean energy and investment, the U.S. went from the middle of the pack under our efforts to the front, basically overnight. Until Trump's direction, Republicans destroyed all of that. All of that progress was directed at the first opportunity by Donald Trump. Why? To pay for more tax cuts for corporations and his wealthy friends. When Republicans were gearing up to pass their reconciliation bill, I said this would be a bloodbath for clean energy. Fast forward 3 months. Manufacturing projects are being canceled. Jobs are being lost. Utility bills are going up. Their budget bill was a wrecking ball for clean energy, and those workers are going to lose their jobs as a direct result. Last week, the administration announced plans to cancel over $7 billion in funding for clean energy. Almost every one of those projects was located, Senator Kaine, as you and I have talked about, in a blue state. Oregon alone had over $400 million in funding canceled. Are the Republicans stopping there? No way. They've derailed management of our public lands, and now they want to do it to prop up coal. Oregonians see this for what it is, a gobsmacking attempt to hurt American families just to score points with campaign folks they've been close to. Now the United States is barreling towards a self-inflicted energy crisis manufactured entirely by Republicans. Energy demand is skyrocketing. Utility bills are rising. Keeping costs low and meeting demand is going to require an all-of-the-above approach based on technological neutrality. Instead, Republicans are focused on giveaways to billionaires. Americans' bank accounts be damned. It is as clear as our beautiful Crater Lake at home that all the talk from Trump and Republicans about American energy dominance never was going to be a reality. It was just a hollow campaign slogan. The Republican energy agenda is a level of economic self-sabotage that leaves you slack-jawed. How can you make such an unforced error? It's going to take a huge toll on the economy. Our people who thought they were voting for cheaper groceries, utilities, gas, good-paying jobs, and haven't gotten much of any of that. They didn't vote for an energy crisis that benefits nobody except big oil investors. So, beginning, colleagues, with Senator Kane's resolution, the Senate now has an opportunity to make a chance to go to innovation and modernization and bring an end to Trump's manufactured energy crisis. This is a chance for the Senate to use innovation to fight for lower prices, more jobs, greater energy security, while Donald Trump stands in contrast, trying to undermine all that. I urge my colleagues, when we vote, to strongly support Senator Kane's resolution. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
may I inquire if a quorum call is in session? Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to deliver two statements. Excuse me. Mr. President, I rise to deliver two statements on the two resolutions that are before us. First, let me comment upon the proposal of SJ Res 71, led by my colleagues Senators Kane and Heinrich, to overturn President Trump's sham energy emergency. You'd think that in an energy emergency, the president would be pursuing the all of the above energy policy his administration has touted, but instead he is throwing up roadblocks to more than 90% of the power set to come online, as his energy secretary has acknowledged. Meanwhile, President Trump has invoked emergency powers to fast-track dirty fossil fuel projects, primarily to reward the big oil donors who he reportedly asked to donate $1 billion to his campaign. The fact is, energy prices are a real emergency for the American people, and we need more energy on the grid to keep up with the proliferation of AI and data centers. But the truth also is President Trump and the harmful actions his administration is taking are actually restricting supply, killing good-paying jobs, and increasing energy prices, which have risen at more than twice the rate of inflation under President Trump. I'll highlight two examples of President Trump's reckless actions in my home state of Rhode Island. Right now, the Rhode Island AFL-CIO is leading a critical lawsuit against President Trump's cancellation of the $7 billion Solar for All program, which was designed to help low and middle-income families install solar panels on their homes, saving those families about $400 each year on electricity costs. Rhode Island received nearly $50 million under this program to help thousands of Rhode Island households install and utilize solar energy, while supporting hundreds of good-paying jobs in the state. President Trump claims to support workers, but he's actually killing good jobs that would bring affordable energy online for our constituents. And just weeks after canceling the Solar for All program, the Trump administration paused work on Revolution Wind, a nearly complete offshore wind project off the coast of Rhode Island. This project is 80% constructed, with over $5 billion invested and 45 turbines already installed in the Atlantic Ocean. It supports more than 1,000 local union jobs and is poised to deliver enough low-cost energy to power 350,000 homes in Rhode Island and Connecticut. State officials estimate that losing this project could cost New England ratepayers up to $500 million a year. I'm encouraged that a federal court in Washington, D.C. granted a motion allowing work on Revolution Wind to proceed, and that work has restarted. But these cynical moves show that the president doesn't really care about energy prices or supply or jobs. He cares really about pleasing his big oil donors. He's also pleasing China, which is becoming the global leader in clean energy technologies, building almost 3/4 of the world's solar and wind projects, according to the Global Energy Monitor. And despite President Trump's claims that China is simply exploiting these technologies and not utilizing them, the New York Times reported that, quote, in China, more wind turbines and solar panels were installed last year than in the rest of the world combined. At the same time, President Trump is trying to keep the United States hooked on expensive oil and gas, dependent on OPEC and other foreign actors with interests opposed to our own. And while he's doing that, China is launching into a new age of relatively cheap energy that will power their data centers and their infrastructure. Rhode Islanders deserve infrastructure that creates good jobs, provides affordable clean power, increases our energy independence, and reduces climate-destroying greenhouse gases in the process. And it's clear Trump's emergency on energy is a sham. And I'm proud to join my colleagues' effort to overturn it. And with that, Mr. President, I would like to move on to the second topic before the Senate with respect to the War Powers resolution regarding Caribbean military operations. I rise to express my deep concern about the Trump administration's ongoing military operations in the Caribbean and to voice my strong support for the War Powers resolution introduced by Senators Schiff, Kaine, Wyden, and Sanders. Over the past month, the United States has carried out 4 lethal strikes on boats in the Caribbean, reportedly killing 21 individuals. These attacks have been retroactively explained by the President's unilateral declaration that the United States is in, quote, armed conflict with unnamed, quote, non-state armed groups throughout the Western Hemisphere. He has deployed thousands of U.S. forces, ships, and aircraft to conduct these operations, all without congressional authorization and without any credible explanation to the American people. Let me be clear. The drug cartels that traffic poison across our borders are violent and reprehensible. They have devastated families and communities across our country. And we must do everything in our power through law enforcement, intelligence, and international cooperation to bring these organizations down. But that is not what this is all about. These are not police actions or defensive operations. These are targeted, lethal military strikes using weapons designed for warfare, not interdiction or law enforcement. The administration has offered no positive identification of those killed, nor any information linking the boat crews to cartels. In fact, they have not proven that these vessels were engaged in drug trafficking, nor even that they were destined for the United States. I would note that even if this evidence had been provided, that would only justify interdiction by law enforcement, not lethal military strikes. The justification thus far has relied entirely on the president's word, and that's not good enough. Our Constitution does not vest the power to wage war on one man's word. The White House has claimed that these strikes are allowable under the president's Article II powers as commander-in-chief. But Article II is not a blank check. The framers of our Constitution deliberately separated the powers of war and peace between the branches. As James Madison warned, quote, "The executive is the branch most prone to war. Therefore, the Constitution has, with studied care, vested that power in the legislature." The War Powers Resolution exists for moments like this. It ensures that before we send American forces into hostilities, the people's representatives have debated and voted on the decision. It ensures accountability. It ensures legitimacy. If we allow these unauthorized operations to continue unchecked, we will have surrendered Congress's most solemn constitutional duty. We will have set the precedent that the president, any president, may initiate military action at will, without oversight, without transparency, and without the consent of the governed. Mr. President, we have seen this pattern before. Over the past several years, this administration has repeatedly tested the limits of executive power, ordering strikes in Iran and Yemen and now the Caribbean, while refusing to even a brief consultation with Congress. Each time, the lines blur a little further. Each time, the balance of power tilts a little more toward the executive. This body, the United States Senate, cannot afford to shrug and move on. The slow erosion of congressional oversight is not an abstract debate about process. It is a real and present threat to our democracy. The War Powers Resolution before us does not tie the president's hands in responding to genuine threats. It simply requires him to do what every commander-in-chief should: come to Congress, present the facts, and seek authorization from the people's representatives before initiating hostilities. That is not weakness, that is constitutional strength. It's the principle that has guided our republic for nearly 2.5 centuries. And finally, I would say this: even setting aside the constitutional questions, this campaign is deeply unwise. The notion that we can bomb our way out of a drug trafficking crisis is not strategy, it's wishful thinking. Using the U.S. military to conduct unchecked strikes in the Caribbean risks destabilizing the region, provoking confrontation with neighboring governments, and drawing our forces into yet another open-ended conflict without a clear mission or exit strategy. Mr. President, conflict in the Caribbean or with Venezuela is entirely avoidable, but the risk that we stumble into war because of one man's impulsive decision-making has never been higher. Our troops deserve better, much better. This war powers resolution would restore the balance. It reaffirms that the Constitution has always required that decisions of war and peace belong to the legislature, not the executive. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and to reassert the fundamental role of Congress in matters of war. Thank you, Mr. President. And I would ask if these two statements could be published in the appropriate categories under the two different resolutions.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I would yield the floor.
Recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to follow the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, particularly in his remarks on the executive order that Donald Trump issued on Inauguration Day to declare a non-existent energy emergency. And I join him in support of Senate Joint Resolution 71 to terminate that executive order. Let's be very clear. The only real energy emergency that we have in this country is Donald Trump. Since that day of his inauguration, he's used that executive order to actually create an emergency. This administration's actions are raising prices, killing jobs, undermining America's global competitiveness. Now, we have a lot of evidence, and I will be mentioning some of it, but the most recent is from the International Energy Agency, which has slashed its forecast for renewable energy capacity growth in the United States this decade, citing the early phase-out of the federal tax incentives and regulatory shifts under this administration. The West Energy Watchdog, as the Wall Street Journal calls it in today's edition, which I asked in this article on page 2 to be entered into the record, if there's no objection, Mr. President.
Without objection.
Says that it now expects the United States to add nearly 250 gigawatts of new capacity by 2030, down almost 50% from last year's projections as a result of fresh import restrictions, the suspension of new offshore wind leasing, and a crackdown on permitting for onshore wind and solar projects on federal land. So let us now turn to one of those onshore, or in this case, offshore energy projects, Revolution Wind. Just one example of the reckless energy policies that the Trump administration has implemented. And let's be very clear, when President Trump came into office, America was producing more energy than at any point in our country's history. Last year, the United States added 49 gigawatts of new capacity to the grid, and 95% of that new capacity was solar, batteries, nuclear, and wind power. And yet this administration has launched an all-out assault on these lower cost, less polluting sources of energy. President Trump promised to lower energy prices for Americans, quote, in half, end quote. Now, across the country, electricity prices have jumped more than twice as fast as the overall cost of living. And part of that progress, before Inauguration Day for Donald Trump and the emergency energy executive order, was Revolution Wind. now 80% complete. It's an offshore wind project off the coast of both Connecticut and Rhode Island, which is why my colleague from Rhode Island, Senator Reed, mentioned it so prominently in his remarks. The fact is, Revolution Wind is fully permitted. The project was on track to deliver 704 megawatts of power beginning in 2026. That's next year, powering 350,000 homes. A project well underway before the trumped-up energy emergency. 45 of the planned 65 wind turbines were already installed when the Trump administration, just months ago, in late August, issued a stop work order grinding this project to nearly a complete halt. Men and women on the job in New London, offshore, onshore, stopped from going to work, out of jobs. Investors, construction companies, supply chain suppliers, all of them grinding to a nearly complete halt. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection has found that canceling Revolution Wind would cost taxpayers $500 million a year. Let's be clear, $500 million a year to Connecticut and Rhode Island ratepayers every year. The project has a 20-year contract at 9 cents per kilowatt hour, less than half of today's regional price. Connecticut families are already facing surging energy costs. Our electricity bills are among the highest in the nation. Blocking Revolution Wind undermines efforts to make energy more affordable. It undercuts our work to lower prices for consumers, locking in higher bills for decades and impacting as well jobs. Revolution Wind is providing thousands of jobs in Connecticut and Rhode Island. More than 1,000 local union workers have already logged more than 2 million hours on the project. The stop work order put hundreds of these workers on the sideline. And I was proud to stand with a number of them at Connecticut State Pier to support the offshore wind industry. Let me thank them and thank the unions who were there. The unions were compelling and powerful, and they're representing their workers. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been invested into that state pier to support the offshore wind industry. So the Revolution Wind cancellation threatens our economy, jobs, most immediately, affordability for everyday Americans, most particularly in Connecticut and Rhode Island. But it's not just Connecticut that has benefited from Revolution Wind. The supply chain for this project stretches across the country in red states and blue states. The construction of the first American-made offshore wind vessel provided hundreds of jobs. Where? Louisiana, Florida, Mississippi. Steel for the project sourced in Texas, Alabama, North Carolina, West Virginia. Offshore wind components were sourced and manufactured in Kansas and South Carolina. Just as our military construction and manufacturing often is sourced throughout the United States, in this case, all of America is helping to build Revolution wind. And what's most galling about the administration's actions on Revolution Wind is they defy logic. 80% complete, all of it permitted, reviewed by the Department of Defense for national security, as well as every other federal agency that had anything to do with it, any say at all, approved. And yet, in the 11th hour, the administration swooped down with a stop work order, citing, quote, national security concerns. And that's it, national security concerns. Well, that phrase is not a pass for everything the federal government wants to do. And so I demanded to know what they were, be provided with information in a classified briefing if necessary. I demanded it in a letter. I have yet to receive a satisfactory response. In fact, those concerns collapse under even the slightest scrutiny. A Department of Defense letter last year confirmed that, and I quote DOD here, construction of the Revolution Wind project would not have adverse impacts to DOD missions, end quote. No adverse impact. So the idea that somehow it might interfere with the movement of submarines from the Groton subbase, or maybe testing of submarines by electric boat, or some other national security or national defense need, no adverse impact to DOD mission. So these national security concerns quite clearly and outrageously were just a pretext, a flimsy excuse to continue this administration's all-out assault on offshore wind. The president said he doesn't like it. He's got something in for it. There's an animus. Who knows what the reason is? But thankfully, there is the law. Yes, a federal judge saw the administration's stop work order for what it was. Quote, the height of arbitrary and capricious. Now, federal judges do not often say that actions by the President of the United States are the height of arbitrary and capricious, nor do they lightly issue a preliminary injunction against that kind of stop work order. But this judge did, and it was based on the facts and the law. So work was allowed to resume on Revolution Wind. But let's be very clear-eyed. A lot of the harm was done. Work was stopped for almost a month with workers sidelined and progress halted to the tune of millions and millions of dollars. Not the way for the United States to do business. Not the way for the United States of America to advance economic growth or provide jobs or, equally important, make energy more affordable. If this administration can derail a fully approved energy project, whether it's natural gas pipelines or offshore wind farms, why would any developer, why would anyone invest in the United States? The credibility of the United States as a place to do business craters when projects can be derailed by the personal whim of a president, lawlessly and recklessly, as was done here, because this president doesn't like wind power. On the first day of the government shutdown, the Department of Energy canceled nearly $8 billion in clean energy funding for the whole country. It included $53 million for 12 projects in Connecticut, supporting lower energy prices, grid reliability, and American energy independence. It was done in a way that was as illogical, chaotic, and likely illegal as canceling Revolution Wind was. Again, a self-inflicted wound in every way by this president. And that is why he is the energy emergency. He created it in just months, it's not even a year. He declared it on his first day in office when there was no energy emergency. He is denying funding for innovative, promising projects. He's stopping nearly complete offshore wind projects. He's creating chaos. Makes America weaker. And so I urge my colleagues to vote to end the Trump energy emergency and recommit to finding real solutions to lowering energy costs for consumers and supporting American energy. And I'll just close with, again, referring to the Wall Street Journal's report of today on the International Energy Agency's conclusion about how our capacity for renewable energy will be cut by 50% as a result of Trump administration action. Quote, despite these shifts, Beijing continues to dominate the global renewable landscape, accounting for nearly 60% of capacity growth. The country is on track to meet its 2035 solar and wind power targets 5 years ahead of schedule. And we wonder why we are in danger of losing competitive advantage to China. Not because we lack the resources or the innovators or the workers. It is a failure of leadership, and it begins in the White House. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, I have come to the Senate floor today to say what every New Mexican I know can easily tell you. Americans are reeling from an affordability crisis. It doesn't matter if you're talking about the price of groceries or rent or health care, everybody is stretched thin. They need help, and they need it now. And they need it from Congress and the President. But help is not what the President and his administration is delivering. Instead of working to lower health care and energy costs for American families, the President, his administration, and Republicans in Congress are choosing to drive those costs through the roof. They repealed energy tax credits, making it harder and more expensive to build and deliver energy to the grid, or even just to put solar panels on your own roof. They made it more expensive to make your home energy efficient. They imposed steep tariffs on steel and aluminum, driving up energy costs, infrastructure costs, and they are blocking energy from coming onto the grid. Now, if it feels chaotic, it's probably because it is. They are trying to sow chaos. While all of the numbers and projects and policies float around in the headlines, the real story, the real impact is in your budget. It's in your electric bill. According to the Energy Information Administration, residential electricity bills have already increased by almost 10% since President Trump took office. Household energy costs are expected to increase by another $170 annually by 2035, thanks to tax credit repeals and tariffs. And when it comes to the impacts on energy supply, it's the same story. As of August, Clean Power estimated that 25,000 megawatts, that's like 25 gigawatts. It's 25 nuclear power plants worth of energy. 2,500 megawatts, 25,000 megawatts of planned energy generation have been lost to projects being canceled or delayed since the president's election. That's more than enough power for 8.4 million homes in the United States. And I have bad news. It's about to get a whole lot worse. That's because President Trump is strangling the energy supply we badly need to drive down costs for everyone. From canceling energy projects, to withholding energy permits, to issuing illegal stop work orders on fully permitted generation projects. President Trump is waging a war on affordable, American-made energy. Most recently, that came in the form of canceled energy projects. Last week, the Trump administration unlawfully canceled nearly $8 billion in federal investments in 223 energy projects across 21 states, including 10 in the state of New Mexico. In Albuquerque, 2 projects by the same company were targeted. They have already had to make their first round of layoffs. If these awards are not restored in the next 45 days, they will be forced to lay off 50% of their workforce. These are people's lives we're talking about. And their local partners and collaborators who were anticipating growth opportunities because of the investment are being left in the cold. In Socorro, New Mexico, one technical university lost funding for 4 projects, $67 million in total. One project alone will impact 36 student researchers, all of whom now have to search for new funding or lose their research roles altogether. In Fruitland, New Mexico, another canceled project could have unlocked the key to keeping 600 people working. In Taos, New Mexico, more chaos is playing out. Funding for the Kit Carson Electric Cooperatives project to provide a battery energy storage system and microgrids to rural communities, canceled. This project would have directly improved reliability in Picaros Pueblo, the Taos Ski Valley, and El Rito West. Millions of dollars had already been expended, and countless New Mexicans were depending on that project. Now, they're all left wondering whether those funds will ever be reimbursed, or if New Mexicans will simply be left to pay the price and pick up the pieces. But it looks like cancellations may just be getting started. This morning, there was another article about rumors of even more cancellations coming. According to reports, this next round of cancellations could involve another 260 awards and $13 billion in revoked funds. And whether that happens or not, I can tell you without a doubt that the harm done from the first round will be irreparable. The cancellations will mean lost jobs for Americans, lost educational opportunities for our students. It will mean higher energy bills for households and businesses across this country. It will make it even harder for folks who are already struggling to make ends meet because of the affordability crisis instigated by this administration's tariffs and economic policy. It will mean less domestic manufacturing and innovation, all while diminishing America's competitive leadership globally. And it will make it harder for impacted developers and utilities to secure their financing. That's not just true for the now canceled projects, but also for any future opportunities that depend on the stability of things like government permits and regulatory structure, investments, grants, because that's another casualty of this administration's war on American-made affordable energy, the reliability of the permitting process. In January, on his first day in office, President Trump paused all new leasing and permitting of wind energy projects on public lands. In February, the Army Corps of Engineers singled out and delayed 168 energy projects on private land. In March, the Environmental Protection Agency withdrew the permit for Atlantic Shores offshore wind. In April, the Department of Interior imposed a stop work order on the Empire Wind 1 project. In July, the Interior Department released a directive requiring the Secretary's personal review and approval of every wind and solar energy project on public lands, a move that will undoubtedly cause long delays. In August, the Department of Interior issued an illegal stop work order on Revolution Wind's offshore wind project, a project that was already 80% done. It was fully permitted, and it was 80% complete. And they told people to go home. They said, your job doesn't matter. In September, the Trump administration asked a court to cancel the permit on a wind farm off Ocean City, Maryland. It's a project that would generate 2.2 gigawatts of energy, enough to power 718,000 homes, and just as importantly, support almost 2,700 jobs every year over the next 7 years. And it's just among the ones that have actually been in the news. I've heard from companies across the nation about delays and difficulties getting their projects permitted. So let's be clear. Spending your time canceling ready-to-go energy projects isn't doing anything to address the energy crisis. Instead of fixing any of this, President Trump's executive order makes it worse. Here's what his order actually does. Hikes energy costs for millions of Americans by doubling down on expensive fossil fuels when it makes no economic sense. Sends hundreds of thousands of American jobs overseas as other countries continue to develop their next generation energy sources. Decreases our American-made domestic energy supplies. Forces us to be more reliant on foreign energy sources and erodes our economic competitiveness and energy dominance. It does not have to be this way. The last time we faced an energy crisis in the United States, it was the 1970s. Energy prices were skyrocketing because of the 1973 oil crisis, when barrels of oil, then our most in-demand energy source, quadrupled in price. U.S. energy production could not meet domestic demand, and the country saw blackouts and brownouts. With an energy crisis on its hands, Congress actually acted. In a bipartisan effort, Congress created the Department of Energy. It funded significant research around the country to explore new ways to power things: solar, geothermal, nuclear, including the Energy Research and Development Administration. And it worked on advancing transmission systems to create more competitive energy markets, saving money for everyone. Congress met the moment and defined our energy future for decades to come. As part of that, in 1976, construction began on a 5-megawatt thermal solar test facility at the Energy Research and Development Administration Sandia Laboratories in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Before it was even complete, the facility became the largest operational solar installation in the world. This solar test facility was just one small example of the huge bipartisan effort to meet that moment. Today, we're at a similar crossroads. Demand for new technology has once again outpaced available power reserves. Infrastructure is aging. Across the country, utility prices are rising as demand for energy rises too. Again, Congress can meet this moment. We cannot do that by doubling down on expensive fossil energy or generation sources that take 5, 6, 7, even 10 years to build. If you order a gas turbine today, it would take you 5 to 7 years just to receive it. And its price is going through the roof because of the tariffs that the president have put on things like aluminum and steel. That's not going to solve the rising costs we're dealing with right now. In contrast, solar, wind, batteries, these are modular, faster to permit, easier to construct with fewer supply chain restraints. And that's especially true when they are, or were, already permitted, with shovels in the ground, workers ready to build. Instead of accepting this reality, President Trump and congressional Republicans are flailing, and it's leaving everyday Americans to shoulder the costs. By eliminating energy sources instead of adding more, this administration is raising your energy prices, raising your electricity bill, not lowering it. The impacts are real and they're far-reaching. For many households, the choice to pay hundreds more in energy costs means the choice to not pay for other things: groceries, doctor's bills, school supplies. It's not a choice you should have to make. You shouldn't be a pawn in President Trump's political games. Senator Kaine and I introduced Senate Joint Resolution 71 to put an end to Trump's war on American-made affordable energy, to bring down costs for American families, and to save jobs that American families rely on, to call out this administration for its chaos and its incompetence, and the fact that it doesn't seem to care about the impacts on everyday Americans. And so I call on all of my colleagues here in the Senate to join us. Vote yes on Senate Joint Resolution 71. Do not make American families pay the price for Trump's war on affordable American energy.
President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I'm here at the floor today to talk about President Trump's completely fake energy emergency, which is nothing more than a pretext to move money from the pockets of Americans to his big fossil fuel mega donors. You may remember that he had a meeting with big fossil fuel donors and asked for $1 billion in campaign money in return for giving them whatever they want. Well, I don't know that he got $1 billion, but he got hundreds of millions, and sure enough, he's giving them everything that they want. But the side effect of the fossil fuel industry having ownership and control over the Trump administration and all of its policies and decisions is that people's electricity rates are going to go up. They're already going up, and they're going to go up more. This graph shows how voters are feeling about electricity prices, and it says most voters are feeling some pain from electricity prices. This is already, it is going to get worse. Already, 26% of Americans say it has a lot of impact on their lives. 31% say a decent amount of impact on their lives. Another 30, a little bit. Only 9% say none at all. It's cool. Electric prices are good with me. So that's a pretty big hit. Even among Republicans, 25% say it hits them a lot, 29% say it hits them a decent amount, and 32% say it hits them a little bit. Only 11 say none at all. Electric prices are cool. So electric prices are going up, and they're going up big time, and they're going up for deliberate reasons. The one deliberate reason has to do with the AI, crypto, tech bros, data centers problem. As you know, the data center crypto people gave a lot of money to Donald Trump. They're big political donors. They're getting pretty much everything they want from this administration. In return, they're making the Trump family hugely rich in crypto billions. But in the meantime, they are driving people's electric prices up. And they're doing so this way. This is an interesting graph. This shows places where electric bills are going down. Blue means the prices are going down. And what's measured here is how far away you are from a data center. So here is 0 to about 25 miles away from a data center. So if you live between 0 and 25 miles from a data center, if you're in the range of the electric utility that has to serve that data center when it drops in with its huge electric load, with its huge water demand, with all the traffic and pollution and everything else that it brings, you see very, very little in the way of cost decreases. In fact, if you compare it to places that are further and further away, this is about 225 miles away from a data center, you can see that the electric prices going down happens much more the further away you are from a data center. This shows the opposite. This shows the places where electric prices are soaring. The price increases, and it's the same deal. This is how far away you are from a data center. If you're from 0 to 25 miles away, compare that to this. The comparison between your electricity price increases if you're near a data center versus your electricity price decreases if you're near a data center couldn't be more clear. This is me with a gold marker marking off the difference. That's not in the original graph, but it focuses your attention on how when you're near a data center, you're less likely to have lower electric prices. You can see how low it is compared to the further away you get. But if you're near a data center, the nearer you are to a data center, the higher your electric prices go. And if you're really near one, if you're in this block here of like within 25 miles, your electric prices are skyrocketing. And that is not a mistake. That is being done on purpose because the Trump administration won't make these big donors who are in crypto world and data center world bring their own clean energy or provide their own clean water, for that matter, to the grid. So what they do is they arrive, they dump a huge amount of demand into the existing grid, and that means that new and more expensive units have to come online. And as those new and more expensive units have to come online, the price goes up and up and up, because in almost every grid, it's the most expensive unit running at any minute that sets the price for the entire grid in that minute. So if you can drive up demand, you drive up these huge, inefficient, polluting, expensive power plants, and the price goes through the roof. That is precisely why you are seeing this huge increase in cost when you're near a data center, and almost impossible to find a decrease in cost if you're near a data center. So problem one, energy emergency one, caused by the Trump administration to pay off its big crypto donors, is this. It's the data center bomb falling on regular electric utility ratepayers who suddenly watch their bills skyrocket. Here's the other bomb. This is the plot in the Trump administration for the sake of their big fossil fuel donors to try to hamper and hinder and injure clean energy. They have a big lie, which is to say that clean energy is more expensive. It's clean energy that's driving costs on the grid. Oh my gosh, this expensive clean energy. Wrong. That just isn't true. That's a complete fabrication. And this graph shows the Texas grid. So this is an illustration of how that plays out. Texas has a unique grid. It's unique to Texas. It doesn't interact with the other grids the way most of the grids do. They have interconnections and they can interact with each other. Texas is isolated. That's why that big freeze in Texas that shut down all the power and caused people to freeze, that took place because that grid was unified and they couldn't call in power from elsewhere. So this graph does two things. It takes a look at 1 month, August, back in 2018, and it looks at what power cost at different levels of demand on the grid. So in 2018, if you had 40 gigawatts of demand, then you are paying about 20 cents per megawatt hour. And it stayed about the same until demand got bigger. You get up to 50 megawatts, you get up to 60 megawatts, and then it starts to spike here. And it hits $75 per megawatt hour once it approaches 70 gigawatts of load. So what's important here is the comparison. In 2018, these were the prices in August for that increment of load during August. This, the yellow graph, is 2024, 6 years later. What happened to the Texas grid between 2018 and 2024? What happened to the Texas grid between 2018 and 2024 is that huge amounts of clean energy came onto the grid. In fact, last year, 95% of the new power coming on the United States grid was clean energy. It was solar, it was wind, and it was battery. 95%. So between 2018 and 2024, you see this move in the Texas grid. And look what happens. Pick, let's say, 60 megawatts of load at a given moment in August of 2024. You paid $20 per megawatt hour. For the exact same circumstance, 6 years earlier, you would have paid 35, maybe $40. $20, twice as much, basically. The reason the costs went down from 2018 to 2024 was new, inexpensive, clean energy coming on the grid. Why is it inexpensive? It's inexpensive because wind is free. It's inexpensive because solar is free. Once you've built the infrastructure to capture the solar rays, once you've built the infrastructure to capture the wind flowing by, God made those resources free. A fossil fuel plant, you still have to build it, but once you've built it, you got to bring in the fossil fuel, pipe in the fossil fuel, burn the fossil fuel. It's expensive. And so almost always the unit that is setting the price on the grid for electricity is a fossil fuel unit, because they're the most expensive one, so they set the price for the whole grid. And you can see the difference. Let's go to, let's call this 68 megawatts of load, just so we're comparing these 2 points. Back in 2018, that would have been a $75 per megawatt hour cost. $75, and yet here it's 25. It's a third the cost on the Texas grid because all that clean energy came on. And you got to get way out here before the price spikes when those polluting, expensive fossil fuel plants have to come on at 80 plus megawatts of load to even begin to match the prices from 6 years earlier. Clean wind and solar power save consumers money. So when the Trump administration says it's going to inhibit, hinder, injure clean energy development, that's like backing this back out of the grid. Now it starts to look more like 2018. Now, if you're buying electricity at this level of grid load, you're paying 3 times as much. 3 times as much. And this is deliberate. You don't think the Trump people don't understand this? They know perfectly well. And here's the deal. The extra 2/3 of your cost here that comes out of your pocket if you're in Texas, because the clean energy isn't there lowering the costs, that comes out of your pocket. Where does it go? Where does it go? I'll tell you where it goes. It goes to the fossil fuel units that had to get called up to meet that amount of load. The most expensive units on the grid have to be called up to meet that load, and they drive the price up. So if you're a fossil fuel billionaire and you own a bunch of polluting power plants, sometimes, particularly with clean energy around, they're sitting idle. They're not being called up. They're too expensive to be called up because clean energy is in there beating them. So if you own those plants, you want to go and talk to the Trump administration and say, hey, knock that clean energy out of the grid. I want my polluting, expensive plant to run again because that's money in my pocket. And if you're selling that plant to fossil fuel, you go to the Trump administration and you say, hey, clobber those clean energy guys. I gave you good money. Clobber those clean energy guys. And now I get to sell all that fossil fuel to burn to run those expensive plants. So the people that make a bundle out of knocking down clean energy are the fossil fuel people who cut that deal for hundreds of millions of dollars to Trump's campaign in return for him clobbering their rivals by making it difficult to develop clean energy
projects. And what they don't want you to know is that this is on purpose and that this is for fossil fuel. They don't want you to know how this works. They don't want you to know about how the most expensive units get called up as demand grows, that when you take out the clean energy, even more expensive units get called up, that those are the polluting fossil fuel units that tend to set the price. It is a massive transfer of money from the pockets of ratepayers whose electric utility rates go up to the fossil fuel industry in return for all the political money they gave Donald Trump. That's the deal. It is a huge transfer of wealth from ratepayers to big fossil fuel donors. And what they're hoping is that you won't know this. They're hoping you'll blame it on the electric utility that sends you the bill. They're hoping that you won't notice that behind that soaring electric utility bill is manipulation of the grid to knock out clean energy, to drive up prices. And if that's not bad enough, what you then find out is that the climate consequences of all that fossil fuel pollution start coming home to roost as well. We did some work on this in the Budget Committee. I'll use 3 quick slides. These are places where non-renewal rates for homeowners insurance are increasing. What is the non-renewal rate, you may ask, for homeowners insurance? That is how often the insurance company says to you, their longtime customer, hey, thanks for being my longtime customer, but you're fired now. I don't want your property. I can't insure it. There's too much climate risk. So if you look at where it's really spiking, where'd you guess? Florida. Florida. Because they have huge risk from flooding, sea level rise, hurricanes and storms. Their whole insurance market is melting down. Where else? Out west, where wildfires are making properties uninsurable. Tell you what, if you know somebody in Florida, ask them about their home insurance. Just do that for me. If you know somebody who lives in Florida, ask them about their home insurance. You will hear an earful from them. And it's not just getting shot down, it's also that insurance rates are going up. And again, look where, along these coastal areas, along these wildfire-prone areas. So what the Trump administration is doing to reward its big fossil fuel mega donors isn't just to transfer money from your pockets to the big donors through electric utility rates. It's not just done to transfer money from your pockets to their big crypto donors by letting them irresponsibly just dump their demand on the grid. They're also breaking down the home insurance market so that not only are the insurers saying to people, I can't insure you any longer, your climate risk is too great, but they're also saying, wow, if I'm going to insure you, we got to really raise our rates. And so these are premium increases, 100%, 200%, 300% you can find in these areas. In Florida, the average homeowner's insurance is $14,000. If you go to Miami-Dade, it's $21,000 for homeowner's insurance. You go to Louisiana here, it's $11,000. You got people who try to buy a home in these places, and they get the deal together, they get the mortgage together, they show the realtor that they can make the nut on the mortgage, and then they try to get insurance to close the deal, and they can't get insurance, and the deal falls apart. There are young families who can't buy homes because of the skyrocketing prices or because the insurers won't insure them because it's too dangerous. And guess what that does? Where does that land? That lands in home values declining. This is not just me saying this. The chief economist for Freddie Mac, the huge mortgage company, predicts that climate risk makes homeowners insurance unavailable. And when you can't get homeowners insurance, what can you also not get on your property? You can't get a mortgage. And if you're a Palm Beach billionaire swapping mansions with other billionaires, great, you can pay cash. But for regular families who bought their home with a mortgage, when they need to sell it, they need to find somebody who can buy it with a mortgage 9 times out of 10, maybe 99 times out of 100. So when you can't get a mortgage, what happens to that piece of property?
When the property is uninsurable and unmortgageable, its value goes down. And that's why the chief economist for Freddie Mac, the mortgage company, predicted the cascade from climate risk to uninsurability to no mortgages to a what he called coastal property values crash that could lead to a recession like 2008. I remember 2008. It was ugly. I do not want to go there again. But here, you see places in which home values are predicted to change. Along the coast here, where there's all the coastal risk, here where there's big wildfire risk. And guess what? If you look at the graph, it goes from no change, that's the tan, that's most of it, all the way to, how about that one? You can't read it, so I'll tell you what it says. Minus 100%. Total wipeout of your home's value because it's uninsurable and unmortgageable. That's the future we're looking at. This is the energy emergency. This is the real energy emergency, and it's an energy emergency that is caused by fossil fuel pollution. And the immediate circumstance also comes through the electric utility bills as you put less and less clean energy into the grid and make more and more expensive fossil fuels, set the price, and at the same time you're selling out to the crypto guys to let them come in irresponsibly, dump their demand on your grid, and supply-demand shows the prices spike. So if you want to know what the real emergency is the Trump administration has sold out to the crypto industry. It has sold out to the fossil fuel industry. It denies climate change. It pretends it's a hoax. Literally, the president has said that in like words. And that climate change problem is destroying home insurance markets, mortgage markets, and property values, and it has already begun. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, I rise today to bring before the Senate a resolution concerning one of our most serious constitutional responsibilities, whether the United States should engage in armed conflict against a particular adversary. The Constitution clearly and intentionally places the power to declare war in the hands of this body, the Congress, not with the President or the executive branch. Our Constitution's framers, having just endured a war and having paid the toll that war always takes, wanted to ensure that our newly independent nation would see the representatives of the people make the decision whether and when to put American lives on the line. In 1798, James Madison wrote to Thomas Jefferson about the danger of leaving that power in the hands of an executive. He said, "The Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive is the branch of power most interested in war and most prone to it, having accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war in the legislature." For the past month, Congress's power to authorize or refuse to authorize the use of power has been usurped by the executive. This administration has carried out at least 4 military strikes against vessels that it asserts have ties to drug trafficking organizations. These strikes were not authorized by Congress. Congress has not been shown the evidence of who exactly was on board these ships, whether they were all headed to the United States or some other destination, or whether they posed an imminent danger of attack on the United States. Such strikes are not legal, and they are not made legal or constitutional by the claim, correctly or incorrectly, with or without evidence, that some or all of the occupants of these boats belong to a list of organizations kept secret by the administration. Being put on a list by the executive branch does not deprive Congress of its vital role in approving the use of force. But such a list kept hidden from the American people, if used as a justification, may drag our nation into an unintended war. If it were as simple for a president, any president, to claim that war power for himself by placing an individual or a group of individuals on a list, let alone one held in secret, there would be no limiting principle to the executive's use of force, no limits whatsoever, and that is deeply inconsistent with the intent of our framers and the desire of the American people to be kept out of unnecessary military conflicts. Indeed, the President has confirmed that he does not see a limit. He saw targets at sea, and now he sees potential targets on land. Now, I know that the word unprecedented gets used so much these days that perhaps it's lost some of its value. But we need to put in context just how far from normal these strikes are. For perhaps the first time in our history, a president of the United States ordered the U.S. military to use lethal force against individuals who posed no imminent threat of attack and who could have been stopped thousands of miles from our shore had we interdicted and arrested those on board, just as they routinely are by our Coast Guard. Instead, the U.S. military used lethal force on 4 separate occasions, killing everyone on board. And despite this breathtaking departure from more than 2 centuries of law and practice, we still know almost nothing about these strikes, some taking place as far as 2,700 miles away. It may be there were narcotics traffickers on board some or all of these vessels. It may also be that some of these boats were being used for human trafficking, and the victims of that offense were killed along with the perpetrators. Or if not on one of the first 4 ships destroyed, then perhaps on the next one. The lack of detail concerning these strikes is telling. We have learned of these strikes through social media posts from the President, the Secretary of Defense, and from the press. In fact, administration officials have offered differing accounts of where these vessels were heading. Media reports have suggested, without rebuttal from the administration, that the first vessel to be struck had turned around prior to being hit. The Secretary of State originally claimed that one of the boats wasn't even heading to the United States. Given our Coast Guard presence in the region with a sizable Navy deployment and expansive intelligence resources, U.S. personnel could have boarded all of these vessels, detained those on board, seized any drugs or cash, and gathered additional information about ties to drug trafficking organizations, just as they normally do. Secretary of State Rubio even acknowledged publicly that this could have been done, but said that the President wanted to send a message by killing all those on board. Now, we all agree that the scourge of drugs is real and that scores of Americans die from such poison every year. We are all committed on both sides of the aisle to battling the importation of illegal drugs, even as we work to beat back addiction here at home. But we are also committed to our Constitution, to a system of checks and balances that wisely place the power to make war in our hands, not an executive that may grow too fond of using it. That is why Senator Kaine and I have introduced a resolution to direct the President to stop engaging in armed strikes against these vessels or the country from which they emanate without the explicit authorization of Congress. And we are here today to ask our colleagues to join us in this nonpartisan vote, in this affirmation of Congress's authority to declare war or to refuse to declare it, to authorize force or to refuse to authorize it. We have been precise and deliberate with crafting it. This resolution does not affect the United States' ability to target terrorist groups covered by Congress's existing authorizations to use military force, including al-Qaeda, ISIS, or its affiliates and offshoots, or address real threats posed by other groups like the Houthis. It also in no way limits the United States' ability to defend our own citizens and interests or to come to the collective defense, self-defense of our allies and our partners. It comes down to this. The President has used our military to strike unknown targets on at least 4 occasions, and he is promising more. With at least 21 people dead and more killing on the way, with the President telling us that strikes on land-based targets may be next, we ask you to join us and reassert Congress's vital control over the war power. And with that, Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of Senators Schiff and Kane's resolution regarding war powers. This resolution would just say very simply that if the Trump administration wants to be at war against a terrorist organization, they should come to Congress, notify us, and seek our approval. Currently, the administration is waging a secret war against a secret list of unnamed groups that they will not tell us about. There's been 4 lethal strikes against boats in the Caribbean. The administration wrote this body a letter about what they were doing in September. They said they consider themselves to be in, quote, a non-international armed conflict. That means a war against a secret list of, quote, designated terrorist organizations. I received a briefing last week on the administration's strikes in the Caribbean. During that briefing, members of the Senate Armed Services Committee from both sides of the aisle asked a Senate-confirmed official whether the Department of Defense could produce a list of the organizations that are now considered terrorists by the United States. They said they could not provide that list. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a CIA officer. I'm a former Pentagon official. I did 3 tours in Iraq armed alongside the military. I participated in targeting of terrorist groups. And I actually have no real problem going against cartels, given what they have done in inserting drugs in our community, the death of so many Americans. But as a nation, I think we should have as a basic principle that you can't have a secret list of terrorist organizations that the American public and certainly the U.S. Congress don't get to even know the names of. The problem for me is that this is unprecedented. You know, during the global war on terror, which is kind of my era, it was very clear. Terrorist organizations would be notified. If we wanted to declare a new terrorist organization, it would be notified to Congress. And then our intelligence community, the military, law enforcement would spin up to go after information about that group and prosecute, targeting against that group. But that is not what's going on today. And we will not understand the apparently dozens of terrorist organizations that we have now named until we understand their names. Now, this is important in the foreign context, right? This is unprecedented in terms of what we've done against foreign adversaries, foreign terrorist organizations. But what I want to draw people's attention to is the implication for what is happening inside our own country. In September, also last month, the Trump administration put out a new executive order about domestic terrorist organizations. They said that they were going to, again, make secret lists of terrorist groups inside the United States and send the full force of the U.S. government against those terrorist organizations. They are not telling anyone the name of these organizations, but they are authorizing law enforcement and the intelligence community to double down and come up with that list. This is a problem because the Trump administration defined in that document a terrorist organization or domestic terrorism incredibly broadly. It suggests that any group that talks about anti-Christian values, views they don't like on migration or race, differing views on the role of the family, religion, or morality could all be grounds for labeling an organization domestic terrorists. If this administration is not telling us who's on their secret designated terrorist list for groups in the Caribbean, they're definitely not going to tell us who's on their list of domestic terrorist organizations. We saw, to start us off, the Attorney General down in Texas put out publicly that he is now going to launch a campaign against domestic terrorist organizations in his own state. So it has begun. Meanwhile, we know what's going on in some of our American cities. Trump said that he would invoke potentially the Insurrection Act of 1807. He has made more than 800 of our military generals fly in from across the world and talk about going after the enemy from within, his words, and making American towns and cities their training grounds for the military. This is important, and I think every American should understand what it means if the President of the United States follows through with what he said and says that he's now invoking the Insurrection Act. That means certain city, the violence has gotten to a level of an insurrection, and it means that the U.S. military can now be used as law enforcement in our cities. It means the U.S. military can raid, they can arrest, they can detain. You can easily see a world where the President of the United States labels protest groups terrorists, doesn't tell anyone, creates an excuse to unilaterally use the military inside our cities, similar to the way he's used them in the Caribbean. And just to be clear, this is straight out of an authoritarian playbook, right? Where the president gets to play judge, jury, and executioner. This time, instead of stopping drug traffickers, it will be stopping Americans, potentially from exercising their right to freedom of speech. This is not theoretical, using the U.S. military in our streets. This is not something that the president hasn't already thought about. We know that in the first Trump administration, the president called up his Secretary of Defense, his chairman of the Joint Chiefs, because he was upset about protests that were going on in front of the White House. Mark Esper was the Secretary of Defense. He wrote about this in his book called A Sacred Oath, and he talked about some of the things that President Trump asked him to do. Trump wanted him to send in not the National Guard, but the 82nd Airborne, an active duty military unit, one of our most elite, large units, to quell protests here in Washington, D.C. He asked for them to be moved into the city, and when the back and forth happened with former Secretary Esper, President Trump asked him point blank, "Can't you just shoot them in the legs or something?" I want to just flag for everybody that we are seeing a repeat of that story, but in exponentially more gruesome detail play out right now. The president is looking for an excuse to send in the U.S. military into our streets, to deploy the U.S. military against his own people, to prompt confrontation, and to hope that that confrontation justifies even more military force and military control. This is a well-worn authoritarian playbook. It's one that quite literally the United States of America was founded on rejecting. The idea that the British soldiers, when they occupied American cities, abused American citizens to the point where Americans turned against them. I'm a former CIA officer, a former Pentagon official. I've worked alongside the military my entire life. I cannot stomach the idea that the American people would fear the uniformed military that have given their lives to protect them for so many years. But all of us in this chamber, and certainly those of us who have served in the past, swore an oath to the Constitution, not to a king, not to a party, not to any one person. Nobody gets to rewrite the Constitution, not a president, not an advisor, no one. If the president wants to use force abroad or at home, he needs to come to this body and explain it publicly to the American public. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
The senator from Arkansas.
Incredibly, the Democrats are here to condemn President Trump's recent strikes against narco-terrorists operating in our backyard. Maybe they want to distract from the Schumer shutdown. by tying the president's hands and siding with narco-terrorists who have the blood of hundreds of thousands of Americans on their hands. Whatever the reason, this would be foolhardy. If you think I'm exaggerating here, let me remind you of the kind of depraved savages we're dealing with. Recall the Trinidad gang member who tried to rape 22-year-old Laken Riley while she was out for a jog on a college campus. After Laken fought back, this savage smashed her head with a rock and strangled her to death. Also recall the 2 Trinidad gang members who, after being released into our country by Joe Biden, raped and murdered 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungare. These animals threw this innocent little girl's body off a bridge. Finally, consider the recent arrest of the Trinidad gang leader who kidnapped 3 women and shot them in the back of the head in an alley in Chicago. Only one survived to call for help. These are the sort of horrific acts of violence that narco-terrorists commit against Americans. And of course, these narco-terrorists, many affiliated with Trinidad, also flood our country with dangerous drugs that have taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans every year, after year, after year. They target every state in our union with their poison. This is among the many reasons why President Trump was well within his constitutional authority to take action against these narco-terrorists that put American lives at risk. These recent strikes fulfilled President Trump's constitutional duty to protect Americans as their elected commander-in-chief. And this should come as no surprise. President Trump stated very clearly and repeatedly during the campaign that he would attack these cartels if necessary. This is simply him keeping his word to the American people. Also, the president's strikes were lawfully sound and extremely limited. Because they've been going on for less than 60 days, they don't even fall within the War Powers Resolution threshold. I would also note that presidential action like this is hardly unheard of or unique. For context, as of the mid-20th century, scholars identified more than 100 military deployments or actions that lacked express prior congressional authorization. I could go back to the beginning of the Republic with the Barbary pirates off the coast of North Africa. But there's another example, much closer in time, and, for that matter, on the border. That would be President George H.W. Bush's decision to invade and topple the government of Panama in 1989 without prior congressional approval. He ordered 12,000 American troops into that country. We toppled Panama's illegitimate regime, we apprehended the country's dictator, and he spent the rest of his life in foreign custody. Now, let's compare these 2 cases. In both cases, you have the leader of a country that is indicted by the United States courts for drug trafficking. In both cases, that leader is not recognized by the United States government as the legitimate leader of his country. I'd say the comparison ends there because the case is much stronger here than it was in 1989. Maduro also has, I think, a $50 million reward on his head from our government. Maduro is associated with a designated foreign terrorist organization. Noriega didn't have a reward. Noriega wasn't associated with a designated foreign terrorist organization. Maduro is in league with China, Russia, Iran, Cuba. Noriega was not. Yet, George Bush invaded Panama and overthrew its government. I don't hear many Democrats in retrospect saying that this was an unwise action or made our country less safe. And somehow Donald Trump is doing those things merely by striking a few boats of drug traffickers in international waters? Now, even if you had misgivings about these strikes, even maybe if you were a Democrat in Congress in 1989, as some of our colleagues were, and you condemned President Bush for taking action to defend our country, I would still point out that the resolution before us is overbroad. The resolution prevents the President from taking offensive action against any foreign terrorist organization designated on or after February 20th of this year. This includes the Iranian-backed Houthi terrorists in Yemen. It appears our Democratic friends have forgotten that the Houthis are responsible for at least 150 attacks against the United States and allied naval and commercial ships, which have killed at least 3 people. These terrorists have also targeted our friends in Israel, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, mostly civilians for that matter. So if the Democrats had their way, President Trump would not be able to, for example, strike a secret meeting of senior Houthi leaders. Wouldn't be able to strike imminent attacks on our friends in countries like Israel, Saudi Arabia, or United Arab Emirates. I think we should all agree that we want our president, when terrorists are gathered together, for the purpose of planning attacks against American civilians, our troops, or our friends abroad, to have the authority necessary to take action. Now, the Democrats claim, oh, there's a carve-out in our resolution. Oh, we have a saving clause. We have a rule of construction that says our troops can defend themselves. Once again, they're misleading the American people. I invite you to read it closely. It may allow our sailors to defend themselves if these Houthi terrorists shoot a missile or a drone directly at their ship, but it absolutely ties the president's hands if, for instance, we have intelligence about a senior meeting of Houthi terrorist leaders. It absolutely ties the president's hands from protecting our friends in places like Jerusalem and Riyadh and Abu Dhabi. There's no question about that. It's the black letter of the resolution. It only goes for about 3 lines. I'd invite anyone to read it, and you'll understand that the Democrats are once again dissembling. No reasonable person denies the authority of the president to strike a terrorist threat on foreign soil. Yet the Democrats are here tonight questioning the president's authority to do the exact same thing in our own backyard. In international waters, no less, not even foreign territory. This is a dangerous double standard. Therefore, Mr. President, I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this resolution and to get back to the more pressing business of reopening our government. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President, let me take this
Senator
opportunity.
from California.
Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to address some of the remarks of my colleague, who has, I think, rightly pointed out the horrors of drug trafficking and those that are engaged in that poisonous, deadly trade. I agree with that. We should do everything we can to fight back against those who are trying to traffic that poison into this country. But here's the thing, and I agree with him about the murderous dictator that is Maduro. But here's the thing. If my colleagues in this Congress want to go to war with Venezuela, if they want to use military force to bring about regime change in Venezuela, or if they want to wage a literal war using the military and armed force to blow up traffickers, then they need to come to Congress and seek an authorization to use military force for that purpose, because our Constitution is clear. There are essentially 3 circumstances in which we can constitutionally use force. One is if the Congress declares war. We have not declared war on Venezuela. We have not declared a literal fighting war using military troops either. Or we authorize the use of military force. We have not done so. Now, the third circumstance in which a president is authorized to use force is in the event of imminent threat of attack from our adversaries. And that is simply not the circumstance here. Instead, what the administration seems to be relying on is a claim that it has the power somehow to put organizations on a list and go after them wherever they may be without the approval of Congress. That's what this resolution is about. Now, my colleague also made an argument about the Houthis. Nothing in this resolution affects the ability to defend ourselves from the Houthis as necessary. The president and the former presidents who have taken action against the Houthis have not done so on the basis of the Houthis being added to some list. Being added to a list, even a foreign terrorist organization list, empowers an administration to put sanctions on that organization, but being placed on a list by the executive does not give any greater authority to use armed force against an organization. The basis in which this president and previous presidents have used force against the Houthis is the Houthis have attacked us. And if the Houthis attack us again, the president will have the Article 2 power to defend ourselves. And nothing in this resolution touches that in any way, shape, or form. But let me just underscore the perils of what we're discussing today. Now, this is an article that just came out. I don't have the chance to vet it. Colombian president claims U.S. bombed Colombian boat in strike off Venezuela. So I don't know whether we have now struck a Colombian ship or what the circumstances were or who was on board, and that's exactly the problem. That's exactly the problem. Now, maybe this is real and maybe it isn't. But the fact that we don't know, the fact that the executive asserts the authority to blow up ships without coming to Congress for the authorization of that kind of force could invariably lead to mistakes, could also lead inadvertently to war with another country. This resolution says, you want to use force against narco-terrorists by blowing up ships, come to Congress for an authorization. Because at this point, you don't have it. If there's an imminent threat of attack, you have all the authority you need under Article 2. But if you want to engage in a war with Venezuela or regime change with Maduro and you want to use military force to do it, you need to come to Congress for an authorization. There being none, these strikes are unconstitutional and unlawful, and I would urge my colleagues to join Senator Kaine and myself in supporting this resolution. I yield, Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, we're here today to talk about a resolution put forth by the Democrats that is very, very not well taken. We're all aware in this body that on September 4th, President Trump notified Congress of his initial strike against narco-terrorists who were bringing deadly and illegal drugs into this country, the first of 4 such strikes. Now, my colleague just referred to the fact that the president can, if there's an imminent attack on our country, that they can strike. This wasn't an imminent attack. This was an actual attack. It was in progress. It was going on. People were attacking our country by bringing in poisonous substances to deposit into our country that would have killed Americans all over America, including your constituents. Fortunately, most of those drugs are now at the bottom of the ocean. Had that not happened, I guarantee you there would have been hundreds, maybe thousands of people in this country that would have been killed with the tremendous amount of drugs that were being brought in. The facts of that are obviously well-known, well-reported, and if you want to see more, certainly available in the Intelligence Committee. The people carrying those drugs were terrorists, plain and simple. They were trafficking drugs that finance a designated foreign terrorist organization. These strikes were fully compliant and fully justified under the President's Article 2 constitutional authority, and not only authority, but duty as Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces to defend this country. And he took an oath to do so. So why are we here today? we're looking at a resolution saying that he can't do this anymore. This is nonsense. It is unreasonable. It's why the American people look at Congress and say, are you people crazy? You got the President of the United States trying to do something about this terrible scourge that's going on in America, and you in Congress are saying, don't be doing that anymore unless you come here and ask us for permission to do it. So, these actions are political, pure and simple. These actions here are political. This was a good decision on the part of the President, and the President acted legally. So, what are my Democrat friends doing here? They're putting forth this joint resolution number 83 to stop the President from acting in the way he has just acted to stop these drugs from coming into the country. So let's look at what it says. Let's look at the actual language. Congress hereby directs the President of the United States to terminate the use of the United States Armed Forces for hostilities against any organization designated on or after February 20th, 2025, his date of inauguration, as a foreign terrorist organization or specifically designated global terrorist, any state, any states in which these entities operate, or any non-state organizations engaged in the promotion, trafficking, and distribution of illegal drugs. You're telling the President to stop using this against organizations and people who are trafficking drugs and for distribution and on the way to the United States. And it goes on to say that he can't do this unless explicitly authorized by a declaration of war or specific authorization for use of military force by this organization. How long do you think it'd take him to get that? Those drugs not only would have been delivered to the United States, they would have not only been distributed in the United States, there would be dead Americans, and we'd still be here yakking about it. So, even if this passed, and it's not going to, but if it did pass, he's not going to obey this order. He can't obey this order. He took an oath to defend this country. When he sees an attack like this coming, an attack of drugs or explosives or anything else that's going to kill Americans, he not only has the authority to do something about it, he has the duty to do something about it. We should have a resolution out here not condemning what he did and telling him, don't do this anymore. We should have a resolution out here thanking him for the hundreds, probably thousands of lives that he saved with these 4 attacks, including constituents in your districts. Thank you, Mr. President, for what you did. Thank you, and continue the good work of taking these drugs out of the traffic and putting them on the bottom of the ocean. My friends, this is Trump derangement syndrome. These people hate President Trump. I get that, but simply because you hate him, you should not wallow in that hate like you have and produce this kind of a product that stops the President from doing what he is supposed to do. This is shameful, and it should be defeated, and it's going to be defeated. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
The Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, my colleague from Idaho's emotional speech notwithstanding, this is not about hating a president. It's about loving a Constitution. It's about loving a Constitution. The resolution that my colleague Senator Schiff has filed, which I gladly co-sponsor, does not say there cannot be military action against terrorists or cartels or drug traffickers. It just says that the United States should not be at war without a vote of Congress. The United States should not be at war against groups on a secret list prepared by one individual who is unwilling to share it with Congress and with the American public. My colleague said that we should put a resolution on the floor thanking the President. I have an idea for my Republican colleagues. Put a resolution on the floor declaring war against narco-traffickers. Why haven't they done that? That's what the Constitution says they should do. They are so strong in their belief that we should be at war with narco-traffickers. Why haven't they put a resolution before this body to say we should be at war with cartels and narco-traffickers? There are 2 reasons. They know it would fail, even in a Republican Senate. And second, they're afraid to vote on that resolution because they know their constituents are tired of wars and don't want Congress declaring more wars and treating serious law enforcement problems as challenges for the United States military. I strongly support the resolution that my colleague has filed. When President Trump announced in August that he might undertake this action, Senator Schiff and I conferred with other senators, and when the first strike was taken on the 4th of September, we wrote a letter to the President as the Article I branch charged with the power of declaring war, asking him a basic series of questions. Give us the evidence that these boats were actually carrying narcotics. Give us the legal rationale for striking them without coming to Congress. If you knew where they were enough to strike them, you could have interdicted them. Why did you choose to strike them and not interdict them? We hear that drugs are now at the bottom of the sea. If you interdict a ship and you seize drugs, you get evidence, you get individuals that you interrogate, and you build cases against the higher-ups in the narco-trafficking ring. When you destroy a boat, you don't get the evidence. You can't build the case. And we asked, why not interdict? Why strike rather than interdict? These were questions that Congress has a right to know the answer, and the American public has to know the right to answer. And we asked the President, give us answers to these questions in 7 days. Not unreasonable. We have yet to get answers to these questions. The administration believes it does not have to justify these actions to Congress. It does not have to tell us the evidence about the narcotics content of these boats. It does not have to give us a clear legal rationale. It does not have to explain the decision to strike rather than to interdict. When you ask basic questions and you're not given answers, you get suspicious that the answers are not forthcoming because there aren't good answers to the questions that we asked. We did have a follow-up hearing, the Armed Services Committee in the secure facility last week, and I can't really talk about what was said there, but I can sure talk about what wasn't said there. No answer to the question of why not interdict? It was asked over and over and over again. And aside from asserting we have the ability to do what we did, they could not provide an answer about interdiction. They could not provide clear evidence that all of those boats actually had narcotics on them, even though they knew we would be asking that question. And to the legal rationale, all they said was the President has an Article II ability to undertake these actions. Saying I can do whatever I want under Article II is not an answer, and that's no legal rationale, but it's essentially what the President is saying. I can put groups on a list, and we understand it's many groups and their affiliates, and not tell Congress and not tell the American public, and I get to make the decision about whether the nation goes to war. That's not what our Constitution says. My colleague, Senator Schiff, has talked about the Constitution, so I won't belabor it, but there is a couple of points that I do want to stress, because there is nothing more important in the Constitution than the power to declare war. The founders who wrote the Constitution in 1787 debated this topic extensively, and they recognized a reality. In the world at the time, decisions about war were made by the executive, king, monarch, emperor, czar, pope. It was made by the executive. The framers of the Constitution in 1787 were dealing with leadership that included the first president of the United States, George Washington, the greatest general that's ever been president of the United States. They revered George Washington. But when they had to make a decision about who declared war, they said, even George Washington is not smart enough to carry that sole decision on his shoulders to make war. And so they decided to do something almost completely contrary to the whole flow of human history, and they invested the power to declare war in the legislative branch, in Congress. And my colleague read Madison's exchange as the principal drafter of the provision with Jefferson many years later about why they had done it. They wanted with studied care to vest the question of war in the legislative branch. It's not only in the Constitution, it's in the Constitution for a reason. And here's the reason. A decision about war puts troops in harm's way, puts troops in a position where they may be injured or killed. They may see their best friends injured or killed. They could come home with physical injuries or mental injuries that could affect the remainder of their lives. The Constitution of the United States, in a somewhat unique way, requires congressional approval for war so that there is a consensus of the nation after a full debate in view of the American public and a vote that the war is in the national interest. If a president goes off unilaterally without getting Congress on board, then we're asking people to risk their lives with no national consensus that the mission is worth it. Could there be a grosser example of public immorality than to order troops into harm's way where they could be killed and their lives and their families affected for the rest of their lives without a national consensus that this is a mission worth you risking your life? That's why that provision is so sacred in the Article I branch, and that's why even George Washington was not entrusted by the framers of the Constitution to make a decision like this on his own. I will finish where I started. This is not about dissatisfaction with President Trump. I filed similar resolutions, as my colleague from Idaho knows, when President Obama was president. I came into the Senate in 2013 with an absolute obsession because of the military nature of my state, because one of my kids is a Marine, with an absolute obsession that the nation should never go to war, never, without a debate in Congress that the American people can see, can learn from, and a political consensus that the war is worth it. Yes, there is an exception for defense from imminent attack. That's been understood as part of the presidential power of commander-in-chief since the very first days of this republic. But even in that instance, it was always foreseen that Congress would come in and have a debate and agree or not with whether they blessed the mission or not. Letting a single individual take us to war based on a secret list that he won't even reveal to the public or to Congress sets such a dangerous precedent. And if my colleagues, as they've stated, believe we should be at war in the Caribbean or at war with nations in the Americas over the narco-traffickers, they've had the ability the entire time to bring a resolution before us and have that debate in front of the American public. And I have a feeling that debate would produce some positive votes if it were limited enough. But to allow a president to do it by secret without Congress having the guts to have the debate and vote about whether the war is worthwhile is contrary to everything this country stands for and to the oath we take. I would urge folks to support my colleague's resolution. I would that we yield back all remaining time.
Without objection. Clerk will read the title of the joint resolution a third time.
SJ Res 71, terminating the national emergency with respect to energy. Yeah.
The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Thank you. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Thank you. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice.
No.
Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Thank you. Mr. King.
Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Hey, Tom. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray.
Pardon?
Mr. Ossoff.
Yeah, no, I got a little arthritis in my hip.
Mr. Padilla.
I take 3 leave in the morning, and that helps me get it through the day. I don't want to get a hip replacement.
Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters.
I got to have 2 knees out of it.
Mr. Reed.
Well, I'm allergic to surgery.
Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch.
I don't want to go anywhere near a hospital unless I have to. You know the definition of minor surgery. Surgery somebody else. Somebody else. I thought I ran over your foot with the car. Pardon me? I thought I ran over with my car. Oh, it's no big deal. No, it was a close call.
Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds.
My fault. I was going to.
Mr. Sanders.
It's my fault. I'm sorry. No problem.
Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Hassan, Kane, King, Ossoff, Padilla, Rosen, Schiff, Slotkin. Senators voting in the negative: Cornyn, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Marshall, Moody, Moreno, Risch, Schmidt, Tillis. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Brooks, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Kim, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Brett, no. Miss Ernst, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no.
I know you're going to think that.
Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye.
Let me read. The yeas are 47, the nays 51. The joint resolution is not passed.
Somebody tells you word for
Yeah, okay. Mr. President?
The senator from California.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 601B of the International Security Assistance and Arms Control Export Act.
Order, please, order.
Export Act, and as provided under the order of October 7, 2025, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of SJ Res 83 to direct the removal of the United States Armed Forces from hostilities that have not been authorized by Congress, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered. Without objection. The questions on the motion. The yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, King, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick. Nope. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Badia,
So when you see him, if he asks,
Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts,
no, he's not gonna blame you. He's gonna
Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz,
So like if he sees you, so you know who you are. Like, it's like, did you get it?
Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Blount-Rochester, Booker, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Paul, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith,
Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye.
It's now 46.
Mr. Schumer, aye. Mrs. Moody, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51, and the motion is not agreed to. Order.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the majority leader.
Mr. President, in just a few minutes, Senator Collins will cast her 9,750th consecutive vote. Her 9,750th consecutive vote. Now, Mr. President, 9,750 votes is a substantial milestone all on its own, but 9,750 consecutive votes, that is something else. And what it is a tribute to Senator Collins' incredible work ethic, her absolute dedication to the people of Maine. Susan shows up for Mainers. She represents them in committee, she represents them on the floor, and she represents them in every single vote. The big votes, the little votes, and the in-between votes. But thanks to Susan Collins, the people of Maine always have a voice. Susan, congratulations on yet another incredible milestone. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your example.
Mr. President, I yield back all time on HA Res 105. Thank you.
All time is yielded back. The clerk will read the title of the joint resolution a third time.
HJ Res 105, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Okay, you guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Daines. Okay, but you got it. Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Baldwin. You're not. I got you. I did. I'll get Mr. Grassley. I will in a minute. Capito. I did get Crapo. Kennedy. Thank you. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Marshall. Warren. Mr. Warnock. Got you. Thanks. I did. Mr. Bennett. I got you. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. I did. I saw Moran back there. Thank you. I got you. Thank you. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Thank you. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slatkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren. You did, yeah, thanks. Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Heidsmith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slatkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 45, and the joint resolution is passed.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I pay tribute to Pastor Bjorgi, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues who supported that resolution that you just announced and passed. It's very meaningful to North Dakota, and I just express my appreciation for the support. Mr. President, James Richard Bjorgi, child of God, went home to be with his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, on September 29th, 2025. He was 94. That's the opening paragraph of an obituary for Pastor Bjorgi, whose funeral is tomorrow. I will obviously miss it, being here in Washington. But I did want to, first of all, seek unanimous consent to submit his obituary into the record tonight.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Pastor James Bjorgi, he was a pastor. He was a Lutheran pastor, big Norwegian American from Minnesota, loved sports, loved the Lord, loved the church, loved his family, loved his community. And he was my pastor. He was a pastor for our family when we attended First Lutheran Church in Fargo, North Dakota. But Pastor Bjorgi was especially gifted. He was also an evangelist. He was, I remember, the chairman of the Red River Valley Billy Graham Crusade in Fargo in 1987. And that's not common for Lutheran pastors. It was more so back then than it is today, to be part of something so evangelical. But some of Jim's gifts included, of course, being a great orator. Now, every pastor preaches, but not every pastor preaches well. James Bjorgi preached exceptionally well, and I still remember several of his sermons. One of the gifts that Jim had that I admired so much is he could recite poetry by heart. He had a photographic memory, it seemed to me. He could recite about anything he read, but especially poetry. And I remember some of the poems that he would use in as illustrations in his sermons that still stick with me. Some of them that were even anonymous in terms of who wrote them. I remember one where he started out, I walked life's way with an easy tread, followed where pleasures and comforts led. When by chance in a quiet place I met the master face to face. And he went on to recite this poem perfectly, and I thought, wow, I'd like to be able to do that. I learned one poem, that one. But I remember him quoting Robert Browning Hamilton when he said, I walked a mile with pleasure and she chattered all the way, but left me none the wiser for what she had to say. I walked a mile with sorrow and ne'er a word said she, but all the things I learned from her when sorrow walked with me. And I was thinking about that poem and him delivering that poem and me remembering that poem from probably 30 years ago in a sermon because of how profound it was and how profound it is to think about on this sad day. But he was also, while he was all those things, he was a great motivator, great with illustration, great with stories, but he was first and foremost a really, really learned teacher of Scripture. He loved the Scriptures, he knew the Scriptures, and he taught the Scriptures with incredible skill, and he brought the Scriptures to life. He was a profound teacher. He was of solid doctrine. And I remember of all the many lessons I learned from him, and I'm just going to wrap up with this one story. And I remember it so well because I remember reciting it back to him in a letter one time. One sermon he said, we should all live with one eye on heaven. And there's lots of scriptural references that sort of touch on that, but his point, I believe, was if you live with one eye on heaven, particularly knowing that you're focused on your eternal destiny, that would somehow impact how you lived your life on earth. And for somebody who taught the Pauline epistles so beautifully, emphasized every single Sunday God's salvation by his grace through faith alone, not by anything we do, it was a good reminder that if you live with one eye on your eternal destiny that you've not earned, but rather have been given as a free gift from God, it would affect how you approach your journey here on earth. And so I think of Pastor Bjorgi today, think of his family, and wish I could be at the celebration of his life tomorrow. No doubt there will be lots of great stories told, and a few tears shed. But I know this, and in my life, the pastors of my youth, right up to my current pastor, have always left a profound mark on my life. And I know this for sure. While I could never, and I never have been able to achieve his level of living with one eye on heaven, because I knew him, I am a better person than I would be if I hadn't known Jim Bjorgi. And when I think about the testimony, not only of his words, I mean, he was gifted with words, but the fact that he lived with one eye on heaven gives me great comfort knowing that that he's now there, and that his 94 years walking on this earth, his walk reflected his view of heaven and the certainty of his destination. And so with that, I just say thank you, Pastor Bjorgi, for making me better. Thank you for your ministry. Thank you for your testimony and witness. And I just wish his family well, and just know that I'm going to miss him. I'm going to miss him, but grateful that I knew him. And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume morning business.
Without objection. Chair recognizes the senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, on Monday evening, a tragedy occurred at a courthouse building in Plaquemine, Louisiana. Captain Brett Stassi, Jr. of the Iberville Parish Sheriff's Office, the son of the parish sheriff, Sheriff Stassi, and Deputy Charles Riley were shot by a suspect they were booking in connection with a sexual assault case. Here you see their pictures. The two officers were taken to the hospital. Deputy Riley, a 6-year veteran of the Iberville Parish Sheriff's Office, husband and father, died. Captain Stassi, I'm told, has undergone several surgeries and is in critical but stable condition. Mr. President, a tragedy like this reminds us that law enforcement officers put their lives on the line for us every single day. We can never take that for granted. Deputy Riley gave his life protecting our community, booking somebody for sexual assault, a horrific crime, booking him, and he himself was killed, an even more horrific crime. We pray for the close friends of both, the loved ones of both, those here who grieve the loss of someone they looked up to and will deeply miss. Our hearts are with the fellow deputies who are hurting and the whole Plaquemine and Iberville Parish community. We pray and hope for Captain Stassi's strength and full recovery, and of course for his wife and family. The support we get from law enforcement, the willingness to put themselves in harm's way, can never be repaid. We take it for granted until it no longer can be done so. We support law enforcement. We support those who are suffering in the wake of this tragedy. And with that, I yield. Unanimous consent for this next portion to be entered into the record separately.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'm about to list several things which are all kind of unique. A 102-year-old woman, kind of unique, who is a naval veteran, a female naval veteran who's now 102. and she is a Louisianian, and she exemplifies the best of our state: hard work, service, and faith. Mary Hijack Nugent turned 102 years young this month. Born on a farm near La Bousse, Louisiana, Mary has always been a hard worker. She grew up tending vegetable gardens, a fruit orchard, and farm animals before enlisting in the U.S. Navy, building planes at a bomber plant, and serving as a parachute rigger. For some reason, if I was a guy using a parachute, I'd rather have a woman booking it for me than some guy. I don't know why, but I think she would have been more attuned to the detail of making sure when that ripcord was pulled, the guy using it landed slowly and softly and not. After World War II, she returned to central Louisiana and devoted her time and talents to the tuberculosis unit at Pineville Veterans Hospital. She later worked at a downtown Alexandria Veterans Affairs office, where she met her husband, Robert Nugent. I'm told Mrs. Nugent still greets people with a warm smile and has a deep appreciation for nature. Perhaps her habit of looking for the good in everything and in everyone is the secret to a long life, something that we in Washington should adopt. A longtime member of Calvary Baptist Church, Mary's faith is strong, and she still wakes up every day with a smile and words of thanksgiving. Mary, thank you for your service to our country and state. You've made Louisiana and our country a better place for 102 years. You inspire, you bless, you make Louisiana proud. Happy birthday. I yield the floor.
President.
To recognize the senator from North Dakota.
Mr. President, I have 9 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that all post-cloture time and executive calendar number 459 be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the mascot nomination at a time to be determined between the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader no earlier than Thursday, October 9th.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, October 9th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of calendar number 115 S2296. Further, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motions filed during Tuesday's session of the Senate ripen at 11:30 a.m. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Thursday's session of the Senate, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
For the information of my colleagues, there will be 3 roll call votes at 11:30 a.m. and further votes expected throughout the day. If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
Senate stands adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow.